of the Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business and is not to be considered a public community meeting. This meeting is an in-person meeting held at 870 Colfax here in Benton Harbor. In addition, a live stream of this meeting is available at the following link. Questions may be submitted beforehand to natalie.singer@bhas.org or presented in person during the public comment section as indicated in the agenda. Board members may be contacted through the emails listed below. Requests for special assistance, including for persons with disabilities, may be sent to natalie.singer@bhas.org. I call this meeting to order officially at 6:03 p.m. We will begin by reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Ms. Singer, can you please call the roll?
President Robinson,
Present.
Vice President Bowman,
Present.
Secretary Triplett, Treasurer Creighton, Trustee Rocket Martin,
Present.
Trustee Gavin,
Present.
Trustee Doyle.
All right, a quorum has been established. Next, we have approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? The only clarification that I would like to provide is that at the cell phone policy, we have offered our administrators that are present an opportunity to provide comment for their thoughts on the cell phone policy. That would be at second reading staff report S1. So I just wanted to ensure that everyone was aware of that. So we are going to give them an opportunity to give us their thoughts prior to us taking a vote. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second or support?
Support.
The motion has been made by trustee Rocket Martin and supported by trustee Gavin. Any questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none. Ms. Nichols? Ms. Singer? Ms. Nichols probably like, what you want me to do? Ms. Singer?
Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. Next is review of our board norms. The Board of Education norms for Benton Harbor area schools. We will treat each other with respect. We will listen to learn. We will refrain from side conversations. We will use our time wisely, starting and ending our meetings on time. We will challenge ideas, not people. We will ask questions when in doubt. There will be no surprises at the board table, and we will practice the 7 norms of collaboration. Those are pausing, paraphrasing, posing questions, putting ideas on the table, providing data, paying attention to self and others, and presuming positive intentions. I would like to remind the board that we did not have an opportunity to have a work session. So I'm going to try to get us through the meeting as quick as possible, but I understand there may be additional discussion. However, with there only being 4 of us currently at the table, we can probably still get out of here by 8:30 or 9 at the latest. Next on the agenda is public comment on agenda items. Is there anyone present for public comment on agenda items? All right, hearing none, we'll proceed. Next on the agenda is approval of the meeting minutes. The meeting minutes up for approval this evening are regular session 9/11/2024 and work session 9/24/2024. Closed session for 9/11/2024 is pending receipt, so we will not be taking a vote on those this evening. Is there a motion to approve? Oh, I'm sorry, as well as special session 10/2/2024. That is a meeting where we did not have an actual quorum present. Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Is there a second or support?
Support.
The motion has been made by trustee Rocket Martin and supported by Vice President Bowens. Questions, comments, concerns?
Madam President,
You have the floor.
9/24, never mind.
All right, if there's no other questions or comments, Ms. Singer, can you please call the vote?
Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin.
Yes.
All right, please note for the record that Secretary Triplett has arrived as of 6:08 PM. I would ask that Ms. Singer still help us until he's able to get logged in appropriately. Next, we have board business. As a reminder, our protocol as of 9/13/2022, all comments will be limited to 2 minutes per trustee per topic. Our first item of business for today is a closed session. The Board of Education will hold a very brief closed session to consider personnel matters under policy 0167.2. They are pertaining to resolution HR 1. Is there a motion? So at this time, I'll ask, is there a motion? Oh, and for the public, before we take the vote, we're gonna go into our closed session room. This is the type of closed session that does not take much time at all, so I do anticipate we'll return within 10-15 minute window max. You are welcome to stay here. We'll come back out and return to open session. Is there a motion to end open session and enter closed session per policy 0167.2G?
Madam President,
You have the floor.
I make a motion that we go into closed session to discuss staff report H1,
HR 1.
HR1, sorry.
Is there a second or support?
Support.
The motion has been made by Vice President Bowens and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, Ms. Singer?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
and Trustee Gavin.
Yes.
Motion passes. So the Board of Education will be ending open session and entering closed session as of 6:10 PM. We'll return shortly.
I make a motion that you guys end closed session and return to the main session.
You guys? All right. Is there a second or support? The motion has been made by Vice President Bowens and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none. Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowen,
Abstain.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carries.
All right, awesome. All right, so Dr. Bus, I have a quick clarification. I just realized in staff report S1, are we also we're taking one vote to include the cell phone policy? And we can leave it as it is right now, but I just wanna, based on conversations had, it may be necessary to separate that report from the rest of the that policy from the rest, but we can keep it as it stands and see how conversation goes.
I agree with that.
Okay, so at this particular time, we are going to proceed to resolution HR 1, Dr. Butts.
Thank you, Madam President. A regular meeting of the Board of Education of the district was held in Benton Harbor Area High School in the district on the 8th day of October 2024 at 6 p.m. The following preamble and resolution was offered and supported. Whereas Corey Wright is interested in being considered for employment as a paraprofessional through Benton Harbor Area Schools pursuant to revised school code section 12309 and 123010. And after careful review, Superintendent Dr. Kelvin Buzz is recommending the continuation of employment with application process for Corey Wright through EduStaff pursuant to section 8A of the Open Meetings Act and the request of Corey Wright. The board met in closed session to consider the background check information in MCL 15.268. Now therefore, it be resolved pursuant to revised school code sections 1230-9, 1230A10, and 1230G. And after careful review, the board does or does not approve Corey Wright to proceed with employment application process through EduStaff, MCL 380.12309, MCL 380.1230810, MCL 380.1230G. All resolution and parts of resolution that conflict with the provision of this resolution are rescinded.
All right, so at this time, I'll ask if there's a motion to approve staff report H1 with the notation that we're selecting the board does approve Corey Wright.
Madam
You have the floor.
I'm looking here at this resolution and I think that it needs to be corrected. I'm not sure of the first statement where it says a regular meeting of the Board of Education of the district. It was held in the Ben Harbor High School.
Mhm.
In the district on 8th day of October the 24th. Okay. In the Ben Harbor High School kind of threw me off.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve staff report HR 1?
Madam President, I make a motion to approve staff report H1.
HR 1?
HR1.
All right. Is there a second or support?
Support.
The motion has been made by trustee Rocket Martin and supported by trustee Gavin. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowen,
Abstain.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, awesome. Congratulations. We look forward to great work to be done in the district. Next up, we have our Policy and Discipline Committee update. I am going to pass the floor to Chair Gavin, and she is going to present on behalf of the Policy Committee. Trustee Gavin.
Thank you, President Robinson. I just have a quick question. Dr. Butts, the policies for the student tech use. We're requesting access for, we're not able to access those. I'm thinking that these are files that, these are policies that may have been added after our committee meeting. Is that correct?
For the first read,
Right, so they didn't come out of committee.
these did not come out of committee. That's correct. And they should have access.
Okay, so
Would you like to remove those?
I would like to remove them. They're on the agenda now, so I don't know if we need to vote to table them.
I would say yes.
So I guess what we could do, trustee Gavin, you could just go through and just notate what they're about, being that they're there, and then we don't necessarily have to consider this a first reading.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to see anything that you'd like to point out?
I've not been able to access the
Okay.
document.
So what we'll do is we'll just take note that policy 7540.03 student tech use and policy 7540.04 staff technology use will be policies that we'll be doing first readings on at a later date. We will not actively engage in the first readings. If it does fit the board best, I am completely open to us tabling it so that we can do it officially, being that it does state first reading on the agenda. So at this particular time, I'd ask, is there a motion to table the first readings of policy 7540.03 and 7540.04?
I move to table 7540.03 and policy 7540.04.
Is there a second or support?
I support.
The motion has been made by trustee Gavin and supported by trustee Rocket Martin. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Just a quick comment. My apologies for not catching that sooner. My
No
apologies for
worries.
that.
Completely understandable. I know that there's a lot of policies that we've been working with. There was a similar concern in one of our last meetings that was noted as a second reading, and it was actually the first. So I do appreciate you catching it, because I would be unaware that this has not gone through committee had you not noticed it. So at this particular time, and I would ask that we do give the policy committee an opportunity to review the policies, because we trust trustee Gavin's leadership in walking us through the policy and notating anything that she thinks is important for us to review, as well as the rest of the committee. And so I would not feel comfortable with having a first reading if the committee has not had an opportunity to thoroughly dissect it. So I would ask that you all pause on adding them unless they're absolutely urgent. And in that instance, it would need to be highlighted to the board that we're doing so.
And Madam President, please accept my apology for that too. I overlooked that as well.
All right, so Secretary Triplett, I'll ask that you please call the vote for tabling of the first readings. And it's not going to be reflected on your roll call sheet, but an adjustment may be needed.
Yes, Ms. Singer will make the necessary adjustments and updates on the roll call sheet at this particular time for the remainder of this meeting. So what, I'm doing the roll call.
Roll call for tabling policies 7540.03 and 7540.04.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowen,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, awesome. Are there any policy updates that you would like to provide, trustee Gavin?
Just for you mean outside of the second reading? Or just the second readings?
Just your standard update. Did you have anything that you'd like to share on behalf of your committee?
Yes, thank you. So our policy committee link agenda is here. And we have quite a few policy readings in which we would like to catch ourselves up on. We had an opportunity for our representative from Neola to come and explain each of those policies to us. Many of the policies here, most of them are required based on the law. And so we approve those policies as they are for the board to approve them as well. The only one that probably will require some conversation and some more input would be the superintendent's recommendation on the cell phone. And so I would love it if Dr. Buzz could explain the policy, his policy recommendation, give some insight into the administrative guidelines in terms of how that might be rolled out. And then if possible, we would love to also hear, we have two, don't mean to put you all on the spot, but you all are the ones who this will be directly, impacting. Would be great if the principals of the elementary and the high school building could kind of tell us, give us some guidance in terms of their thoughts on the policy as well, if possible. I would say we're struggling, I won't say struggling, but we do have a bit of a difference in opinion on whether or not to allow cell phone use in the cafeteria. So we're okay. I think we're in agreement. We're pretty much our policy committee, can't speak for the rest of the board members, but the policy committee is pretty much in agreement with the cell phone ban during the school day. Where we're wanting some clarity is where you stand in terms of during that cafeteria hour, if you think it's best to have the complete and total ban or to allow the students to use the phone during that time. And I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Buzz.
Thank you, Trustee Gavin or Chairman Gavin on this policy committee. My recommendation would be for the students to keep the cell phones stored away during the entire school day and have them after school ready for any updates that they need from their families. Reason being that during the school day, the cell phones can become disruptive, even if in the cafeteria at those times. My concern is that students will use the phones in manners that may become disrupted during the school day. So that's where we were in our discussion in the policy committee in reference to the cell phone. So my recommendation still stands that they are able to bring them, but they keep them out of sight until the end of the school day so that they can get any updates from their families or their friends if needed at that time.
Also, Dr. Buzz, could you let the audience, let everyone know when you would be looking to roll, if this policy is approved, when you would be looking to roll it out?
So when this policy is approved, I want to make sure we look at the administrative guidelines to make sure that they have, they're not only that they are in the parameters of the cell phone policy use, but they give more teeth, more structure to it as well. And have the board to make sure they look over it and update our student code of conduct. So within the next few weeks, I would even after our committee meeting, or we can have a new committee meeting and let the board know what we've decided in the committee meeting so that we won't have to have any more special meetings, because after the policy is approved, whichever way it's approved, the administrative guidelines are just those that are set to make sure that the policy is followed and what discipline items should follow. So I would like to make sure that our policy committee is on board with updating the student code of conduct once this is discussed out at the table here tonight.
Okay, and I know that we also discussed the possibility of allowing some cell phone use if the teacher in advance could demonstrate that this particular lesson was directly related to learning how to use the cell phone for, business purposes or something like that, educational purposes, and they had to get that approval in advance and demonstrate in their lesson plan that it was related for that time period, as well as showing, visibly in their classroom that it was approved and related. Does your policy, will your policy allow for that?
It should allow for that. That's one of the things I like to tell the audience that we did discuss, as long as it was approved and in the teacher's lesson plan, that portion would be approved.
Okay, thank you for clarity, and I'll turn it over to you to turn it over to anyone have questions from the board. Looks like Secretary Triplett.
So when, excuse me. So when the policy committee meets and you guys have discussed this, you guys will come up with the final piece to present to the board as it relates to the final recommendation for the cell phone policy. I too agree with when you look at what's being recommended, and I think it's something that's being recommended across the state, that there should not be any cell phone use during school. It is a distraction. And it has to be strictly enforced. And from my understanding, I know that, and I haven't been able to get to the bottom of this yet, or been able to get an answer for anything that they need to use for instruction. It was my understanding, and it has been presented to this community and to this board several times, that all of our students have laptops, that all of our students have technology, and thousands of dollars were spent for those students to have that for their schoolwork. If we're going to make a decision, because see, one thing is important and it's imperative, because we're not playing games. We're not going to sit at this table and present something and say something is one way and it isn't actually that way. All of their work for me, because once you start doing it, then you're going to get people that don't handle it properly. We got our kids, we got to set the message. Either they can have their phones at school or they cannot have their phones at school. And it's imperative that we push the narrative to the parents that if they have anything that's an emergency, that they call the school. That they call the school, and the school should be able to reach out to that student. And it also take into consideration, not just, this is not to be punitive, but I think our children, and all of us as well, we use our cell phones. All of our cell phones are sitting up here now. And we have to teach our students how to responsibly use their cell phones as well.
1 second, I would ask that if the board does not disagree, this is extremely important discussion. So I'm gonna give Secretary Triplett more time. If we could just pause the timer and give him another reset for a minute to allow him to wrap up his statement.
Well, yeah,
Thank you.
just working in the capacity of the last few years as an assistant principal, it is it's tough to manage. It's very tough to manage. So if you say there are no cell phones, the district that I'm working in now, the cell phones can't even be visible. They can't have their cell phones out. They are not visible. They're turned off. They are not visible. In some places, they're put in their lockers. And we have to stress the fact that no staff should ever try to take their phones from them, because that puts us in liability. Phones being taken away from students are very dangerous. Phones being taken away from students, if the phones are lost, we have to be careful about that, because we will be liable to pay for those phones. Some of them have very expensive phones. So if it's understood that they don't have phones, they are not visible while they are here on this campus, that we, I think we'll have a solid, policy set, and it won't be any confusion with it.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause for a second. I am gonna come back to the board for comment, but I do want to give us an opportunity to hear from our administrators before we give our comments, because what they have to say may potentially impact our current views. So we do have Principal Moran and Principal Rockette present. If you like, you all are welcome to come forward and share your thoughts on the policies as it stands, if you would like.
Please,
There's no pressure.
please.
And more so what I'm wondering is whether this is a current policy that you support, if you think it's gonna improve the environment of your building, and what would be your ask of the board?
Well, according to the policy that is set, I follow the same recommendation that no cell phone should be out during the school day. That is including during the cafeteria time. It's been my experience that, especially at the level that I have, they're learning and they haven't quite become proficient when it comes to ethical practices with cell phone usage. And it may be one of the first things that I think about is when we have confidential matters dealing with our students, especially if a student cannot have their photo or pictures or videos taken of them without parent permission, especially at that age level. For a student who may not be mindful of that practice, that would become a distraction if they're being recorded without their family's permission to say, hey, they can be recorded. Again, that would cause additional issues and concerns. And so it is my recommendation that I follow that as well, that no cell phones are on campus out and usage during that time of the school day. After school is fine. I have actually seen students pull out their phone and tell their parents as they're getting on the bus, I'm leaving school now. So there is a usage for that to provide assurance to the parents. But while we're on school grounds, there was a reason why so many years ago we put phones in every room of every building, so that if a child needs to connect with their families, they're able to do so. So it's my recommendation that they don't have them out as well.
All right, thank you. Principal Moran?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, I should say.
Good evening.
For me personally, right now, the high school, we're using a policy that's taking place now where there's actually no cell phones in the classroom.
Can I hear you very well, Mr.
You can't hear me?
Principal Moran? Not very well.
Right now at the high school, we're using a policy that I believe that's formatted already, that was voted in which we have no cell phones in the classroom. The students are allowed to use it in the cafeteria. Now, with that being said, I'm finding out even that's a problem, because when the students are in the cafeteria, they'll start texting when they're about to get ready to fight or whatever else. Then you got kids coming out of the classroom. So I believe it short and sweet and simple. Yeah, no cell phones. After school, yes. But while it's in the building at the high school, it's just a safety issue as well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you all being willing to speak. It was put on Trustee Gavin's heart, and ironically, I was thinking the exact same thing, but I didn't know if it would be out of place to ask you all to speak. So I do appreciate you sharing your insight. We do honor your voices, as you are the ones that are directly within the building with the students. At this time, I'll reopen the floor if there's any other trustees. Vice President Bowens.
I have concerns. I support the elimination of cell phones. My concern is school has started, and doing the policy in the middle, well, in the beginning, I think will create it will create an avalanche of problems. So how do we do that, and what is the fallback? I think we need to be preparing, looking at that. It will be a fallback on it. However, I got a chance to, a couple of weeks ago, Bud was showing me some of the landscaping stuff.
Director Dash.
Director Dash, sorry. And a teacher came up to, well, a teacher stopped and we got to see it. And he reached out within there were students just on their phone listening to music. They were, he was like, it's a problem, he can't control it. So by us trying to eliminate it in the middle of the year, when we have not set this process, I think it's gonna be naive for us. However, I also remember last year, Mr. Morant was giving me a tour of the building. And one of the parents caught their kids and informed them that somebody passed away. The kid was distraught. And those are what some of our administrators and teachers are dealing with. So it will be fallback. How do we do this? We implement the policy, but how do we do it and make sure that it's not causing more distractions with the teachers, the security, and everything, because it's going the way it is.
All right, so Dr. Bus, can you briefly tell us how you're planning to, if policy passes, how are you planning to operationalize and what is that rollout going to look like?
That rollout will look like, it will have to be a mass communication project. So we'd have to make sure that we not only just do robocalls, but send letters, do our website, social media posts, whatever we can to get it out to parents and students about the update. We also have to make sure that we get our student handbooks, our code of conducts printed as quickly as possible and disseminated throughout the district so that parents will know, and it'll be in written format that they can reference, have something to physically reference in this process. So although I know it will be something that will be new, but I will call this our trial phase, so that if we find anything that we missed or anything that we need to revisit, I think now would be the best time to look at it and maybe if we need to shift gears or make some necessary changes, January, this will be our trial period from now until then, so that we can perfect the policy.
All right, and then I have a quick follow-up for you to that. The policy does note that violations of this policy may result in disciplinary action and or confiscation of the personal cell phone device or communication device. I know that you mentioned earlier updating the student code, but would you at this time have any clarification as to what type of consequences would be the result of having a cell phone? And the reason that I'm asking is because I know there's going to be a transition period in the students getting accustomed to using or not being able to use the device. And so I just kind of want to know what types of consequences potentially will be issued during that transition period, but moving forward as well.
First and foremost, we have to put in a timeline to give students some time to adjust. Secondly, I make sure that we continue to use the progressive discipline. So it would not be just an automatic, you're out of school type deal. So again, it takes, even for adults, it takes six weeks for things to become a habit. So there will be a transition period as far as what discipline will look like. It will be turning the phone. After that transition period, it will be turned into administration. Parents will have to come and pick the phone up. Again, I'm also looking at what Secretary Triplett has stated earlier. We don't want to be responsible for paying for students' phones. So again, it will be a transition period, and for us to make sure that we get it right. So that's why I was saying it would be a trial period from now to January, because again, I don't want to fall into the district being responsible for these very expensive cell phones.
All right. Trustee Rocket Martin, did you have any input?
Yes, I've had some experience with having to come and pick up a cell phone. And the administration did not take the cell phone from the child, but the child, you had to come and get it from the child. So the parent directly, it was from my hand, his hand to my hand. And that works best. And that way the school district would not be responsible for any liabilities concerning their cell phones.
1 second, Dr. Bus. I just have a quick clarification for you. So in our packets, there is, and it may be more so of a trustee Gavin, there's 2 5136 policies. One's dated 8/21 and one is dated 9/13. I'm under the impression that the 9/13/2024 is the one that we would be voting on, correct?
Okay, so that's not showing up on my
It's in my book,
digital, which
so maybe
kinda
he should
throws
look
me
at it.
off. Uh,
Viola.
Okay, so I have the correct one. All right. Secretary Triplett had something to notate in response really quickly.
so the one, just for clarity, the one that you're talking about is the same one that's on the digital copy?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I guess one thing too, I really want you all from experience, I want you all to understand that it's very dangerous to take their phone.
Yes, it is.
It is very dangerous. You just, they live on their phone and you do not want to get into taking their cell phone. You're gonna have to roll it out. If you roll it out right now, you roll it out in the fall, you roll it, it's going to be rolled out. Because this is a national issue. It's not just an issue here. It's a very, it's a very serious issue. And it also, because if instruction is going on, quality instruction is going on in these classrooms, you won't have as many distractions as you have. A lot of the problems that you have also is that students go into a 60-minute class period and they're done with instruction and everything in 15 minutes. And so they have a whole bunch of time to be on their phone. So those are things, when we talk about it, if we roll it out, there needs to be a conversation with the student, you know, assemblies, and let them know, give them the date that this will actually start. If it's going to start at the end of the trimester, or at the end of the marking period, whenever it is going to start, they need to know, and there needs to be communication with the students because they are going to be the ones that's going to affect. So robocalls and those things, parents are sick of those. They get robocalls on a regular basis. Some don't even pay attention to them after a while. But the thing, and you're gonna have to have documentation, something written up that when they go through this policy and what it is going to have their signature on it to state that they received this policy. Because do we already have our student handbook?
We have the handbook, we just have not printed it because we were waiting on the update for this policy. We have a draft copy of it.
Thank you.
all right, so there's a few things in the policy 5136 that we're considering that I think is important to note. Of course, it does prohibit the personal communication devices, but it does indicate unless approved by a supervising teacher, an administrator, or an IEP team, students are prohibited from using personal communication devices. So I think that's more so as to what Trustee Gavin was inquiring about earlier. There's also some exceptions where it can be used during the school day. Examples of those exceptions are A, the student has a special health medical condition, his or her own special health medical condition, which requires the use of a device to monitor, for example, blood sugar. B, the student is using a personal cell phone device for an educational or instructional purpose, i.e. taking notes, etc. And then C, the student is involved in an extracurricular activity after school hours and needs to communicate with his or her parent or guardian when the activity is ending so the student can be picked up. So there is some flexibility in the policy for those moments where it is necessary for the students. And so I think that's important for the general public to note. I am personally in favor of the policy. I can say from personal experience, knowing of a special youth to myself that was engaged in a conflict that originated based off social media, started the night before and then continued into the school building, requiring that I myself come in and actually participate in a roundtable with students. So I have firsthand knowledge of the difficulties that cell phones create within the school system. And so even though it is easiest for me to communicate with my daughter via text, I definitely support us going to this system, and as a parent would not have a problem with going through the proper channels of contacting the school to relay information to her as well. So if there's no other discussion from the board,
President Robinson?
you have the floor.
Thank you. Okay, so what I would like to say is that we did do a cell phone town hall, and we had an opportunity to hear from parents, from students, from other administrators in other schools who have laid out this policy. And to our surprise, there actually were a number of students who were in favor of the cell phone ban. And those who
Yeah.
did have an issue, when presented with an alternative option in terms of the parent can contact the school in case there's emergency, and the parent can pick them up, you know, if there is a death in the family and they need to respond emotionally to that, it's in a safe space. Once they were given those types of options, the students were okay with that option. So I'm grateful to the board. It sounds like you all are open. I just want to make sure I'm clear, open to this policy with the caveat that if there is a building principal approval of a special condition, the cell phone can be used. Just want to make sure, like, and that's in a special condition, that's not a daily blanket, okay? And then I personally was okay with the cafeteria use, but I highly respect the principal's decisions on that issue and in conjunction with the superintendent. And so I can support the ban for the full day. I'm not boots on the ground in the cafeteria, and so you all have to deal with that, and the student safety is number one. So I'm in support. I'm in support of that. What I would recommend, just listening to the trustees, what I would recommend is that we put an effective date, maybe, I don't know, like January or a time frame so that the superintendent can actually do a rollout. I don't know what date works for the board, but I guess I would defer to President Robinson for a suggestion or Dr. Butts for a suggestion, but I don't think it should be effective immediately if we don't have the proper communication rollout in that time frame to develop those administrative guidelines to scaffold the rollout. Does that make sense?
I have no objections. Dr. Butts, your thoughts?
Thank you, Madam President. And you're right, Chairman Gavin, in reference to the rollout, the official start date. So as I look at the calendar, when we come back from the winter break, I think the start, the start date, the rollout will start prior to that, but the actual we'll call it date to start the policy will be January the 6th.
The effective date.
Effective date will be January 6th. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I would just move that we support this policy 5136 with the amendment that the effective rollout date is January 6th, 2025.
All right, and so at this, as it stands, this policy is within a consent agenda, being that there does not appear to be much difference between the way that the board feels at this time. I'm okay with us continuing to finalize the second readings for the rest of the policies. And then we can take a vote as long as the board is clear that the date effective to impact the actual schools will be that January 6th, 2025 date.
So on this one, the actual one is where they're talking about, I would just like the committee to look at that, where we're talking about taking cell phones and making sure that that is not something
That will
that
not be
our
in
staff would do or be able to do, just for the safety of the staff. And, because they took,
No, you don't, there's, I don't think anybody disagrees with you
Yeah.
on that.
Right.
Secretary
Yeah.
Triplett, I thank you for picking up on that
Yes.
piece. Can we further make the amendment that the cell phone, that staff does not take cell phones? And that it will be the parent's responsibility to retrieve the cell phone from the student?
and I've also seen, well, what I've had to operate under and within. Phone calls are made to the parent. You know, like you said, when you talk about the steps and what have you, ask the student to give you to turn the cell phone off. The cell phone is not supposed to be visible. They don't, that's a warning. And then a phone call is made to the parent to let them know that this is happening, because like you said, it's progressive. But it also put the responsibility on the student. And so again, like I said, from my experience and the experience I had here, because at one point we had a principal here who they were taking the student's cell phone, charging them like $25 to get the phone back the first time. And then they took the cell phone and they charged them $30 the second time. And a student, I was the assistant principal here, and the student asked me, how can you all charge me to get a cell phone back from you that you did not spend a dime on? And so that really created a problem. And it ended up with, y'all gonna give me my so-and-so phone. So, you know, I sat there and I experienced it. And so again, because that's their lifeline. And so we don't want to set anybody up for failure as well. We don't want to set our kids up too. So we have to gradually teach them how to use their phone in the right manner, in a responsible manner.
Okay, so as I see it, it does notate confiscation of the personal communication device in the policy as it stands currently. Am I looking at, did you remove that?
I'm looking at it now. It could be, it's in PDF format, but we can't update it. The board has the right, the authority to notate the adoption with the updated language in there. And I'll make sure that I've notated it where the language needs to be updated.
Madam President?
Okay, so I'm just gonna ask that we pause, because I know that this is a very important discussion, but I do want to make sure that we don't go down a rabbit hole in trying to get the personal communication device policy in the manner that we feel comfortable. So we're going to continue. But I just don't want us to go down a rabbit hole. Trustee, Vice President Bowens,
My question is,
can you speak in your mic?
my question on us not confiscating the cell phones. When it becomes a legal issue, or you have to use that phone for evidence, what are you left to do?
That's when okay.
I'm like, if you're giving it back, I can destroy my evidence.
Go ahead and provide that clarification to him.
Thank you, Madam President. So, Vice President, it states in the policy, the violation involves potentially illegal activity. Confiscated PCD personal device may be turned over to law enforcement. So it'll be up to law enforcement to confiscate the device in those instances.
Okay, so the last notation that I just want to, make sure that the board is aware of, and I'm not saying I disagree with us not confiscating devices, but there will be that one student that will not take the phone, turn the phone off. You may try to call a parent and they may say, I'm not coming up there for that. And so I want to make sure that the district is thinking realistically about how do we then interact with the student who's there for the school day, refuses to turn the phone off, and the parent refuses to come pick them up or come confiscate the device.
President Robinson.
1 second.
President Robinson.
Those circumstances will take place. I want to make sure we are being realistic in how the district is going to respond to that. So then I'll go to Trustee Gavin, and I'm not sure if that was Rocket Martin or Secretary Triplett. Okay, Trustee Gavin.
What I would say is, I think we're kind of getting into administrative guidelines. We have a broad policy that allows us to confiscate the phone if we have to. And the policy also allows for the parent to come pick it up, right? And what I would say is, in those administrative guidelines, that's where we have more time to get more specific. I'm definitely in favor of not trying to take a phone from the child unless there is a incident in which trustee Bowens mentioned. But I think that we have, you know, just in reading this, we have all of that here. We have that broad ability to do that. And then when we go back in terms of administrative guidelines, we can get more specific. So I'm actually thinking that the only amendment would be that it's effective January 6th. That gives Dr. Butts an opportunity to connect with his executive team, with principals, with impacted folks, and then come up with administrative guidelines with the policy committee that will actually lay out those specific needs. And so, yeah,
So
I
I
believe that we're ready to move forward with the motion with the amendment to just include a start date.
Okay, so you're saying you would prefer to leave using the personal communication device and the notation of confiscation, you would prefer it to remain in there in case it's absolutely necessary?
Yes, and what I
Okay.
would say is we would catch it on our end in the policy committee to make sure that those administrative guidelines really do not call for confiscation unless it's an incident like what Vice President Bowens mentioned. You know, you're trying to retrieve some evidence in a major situation.
Okay, Secretary Tripoli, one final brief
Yeah.
statement and then we'll proceed.
Then, and in that situation where a student refuses to, give the phone up or what have you, that's a part of defiance of authority. That becomes a part of defiance of school personnel. So that falls into that category where that's automatic suspension. Those things students can't defy school personnel because of what the policy says about that. So when the principal or someone requests the phone, they refuse to give it, that's a non-negotiable. And that student is suspended from school because all of that should fall into place. That should be specific. If they refuse to give if they refuse to give the cell phone up, that's automatic suspension. It's defiance of school personnel.
All right, so we're gonna proceed. Trustee Gavin, if you want to lead us through the remainder of our second readings.
So the other, and I would also say that wasn't mentioned is that there are mental health benefits to reducing screen time. So I think we're making a good decision here. We also have policy 1240, the evaluation of the superintendent. Policy 6320, purchasing updates. Policy 6325, procurement of federal funds. Policy 6350, prevailing wages. I think there was some discussion in terms of prevailing wages, and what we decided was that the superintendent shall designate, was not that the superintendent would designate a prevailing wage coordinator. It was that the superintendent or his designee would serve as the prevailing wage coordinator for the district.
That's correct.
Is that?
That's
sounds-
correct.
Okay,
Yeah, that's it.
okay, perfect. And policy 1540, new admin, staff reduction, recalls. Many of these policies were just some minor changes based on the law or just legal language. And so it was our recommendation to move forward with these policies, just knowing that the cell phone one was the only one that really would have required much conversation. And so my recommendation is that we move to pass these policy updates. And I make a motion that we support staff report S1.
A motion has been made by trustee Gavin that we support staff report S1. And these are regarding bylaw policy reference policy 5136, superintendent recommendations, cell phone, policy 1240, evaluation of the superintendent, policy 1540, new administrative staff reductions / recalls, policy 6320, purchasing annual updates, policy 6325, procurement, Fed funds, and policy 6350, prevailing wage. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the Benton Harbor Area Schools revised, reissued Neola bylaws and policies 5136, 1240, 1540, 6320, 6325, and 6350 as presented. As stated, the motion has been made by trustee Gavin. Is there a second or support?
I support.
The motion has been made by trustee Gavin and supported by trustee Rocket Martin. We've had extensive conversation over this discussion in our policies reads. However, the table is open if there's any other questions, comments, or concerns. I'm hoping none. All right, Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote? Slid that in there smooth, didn't it?
Yeah, I did have a question, but I'm good. I just, I just struggle with the fact that.
Go ahead with your question.
No, I just struggle with the fact that information is sent and we just don't have access to it. And that's for some unknown, I don't know what that is about. You have things on the agenda or you have things that you need to look at and you need to study. And then you come here, then it has to be shared with us in the 11th hour. And then we have to make a decision. So whoever is responsible for that, because I just had a discussion with the cell phone, with the other policies. And I know the situation with the superintendent evaluation, those are state mandated things that we needed to rush through. But I'm good.
All right, I'll also remind the board that we have had 2 work sessions where no one was in attendance. And so these policies were on those agendas and we've had an opportunity to
Point
review
of
them.
clarity,
as
President
well.
Robinson,
Yes, ma'am.
I wouldn't say no one was in attendance.
Well, we didn't have a quorum
Definitely,
in
okay,
attendance.
'cause we-
Thank you for that
I had a
clarification.
Quorum, but that's another talk show.
Yeah, but the quorum has
You were
nothing.
present.
Yeah, the quorum.
I haven't, please
quorum
allow
has-
me to. The only clarification I was trying to provide is a reminder to the board that we have had our agenda with these particular policies for at least a minimum of 2 weeks because we've done first readings.
Yeah, I understand that, but the quorum.
But your point is valid
Yeah,
too.
yeah, the quorum has nothing to do with not being able to open the document. Because if we had a quorum, we still wouldn't have been able to open. And so this is not something, I'm not just saying this concerning this, but this happens repeatedly. And we've discussed it and the trustees have called and said, I cannot open this. I can't get, I don't know why these things are locked when it's for us to make decisions. So something needs to be done. It needs to be dealt with and it needs to be addressed and it needs to be handled. So that regardless to what, that when these things are sent out, and this is going to be on the agenda because this last minute stuff is making me very, very, very uncomfortable because we are making some very serious decisions. And this is going to become policy for this district. I am not technically illiterate. I want that clear. And I know when I can't open it, I don't have access to certain specific things. So that's why I said it.
So noted. Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote for staff report S1?
President Robinson,
Absolutely, yes.
Ms. Singer, you make sure, because I couldn't open up that piece where we would be able to keep the attendance going. Can you make sure that we have that documented that the president said absolutely yes? Thank you. Vice President Bowens,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Motion carries.
All right, staff
Madam
report
President.
S1 has passed, including the superintendent's recommendations for the cell phone. Just want to make sure that we reiterate that the effective date, meaning the date that it will be operationalized in the district, is January 6th of 2025. All right, so thank you everyone for that discussion. We will go back to the protocol of limiting to 2 minutes per trustee per topic. I just wanted to give us an opportunity to have a thorough conversation regarding the cell phone policy. Up next, we have reinstatement of student staff report SSS1.
Thank you, President Robinson. This is a staff report regarding a request to reinstate a student. The request was for that that file to be public. And I notice here that it says the reason for board consideration per policy requires the school board to review any student requests for reinstatement. Policy reference 5610. Following an incident in October of 2023, said student SD was expelled from Benton Harbor area schools. After 150 days, the policy allows the student and family to petition the school board for reinstatement. A petition of reinstatement was received from the student and family on August 27th, 2024, to be reinstated at Benton Harbor area schools. Following the board policy, there was a review committee whose recommendation is as follows. Learning environment, Benton Harbor area schools will develop review committee whose recommendation as follows. Learning environment, Benton Harbor area schools will develop, maintain, and implement with fidelity a multi-tier system of support that enhances the culture and learning environment. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor area schools Board of Education votes to approve the reinstatement of the said student to the Benton Harbor area schools effective October 9th, 2024. I would say that there needs to be added that it was a reinstatement with restrictions.
Okay.
So I would just notate that the recommendation of our Discipline and Policy Committee, there were some restrictions in terms of assigning some mentorship, some attendance requirements, opportunities to make it right, if you will, with those who were wronged, and just some opportunities to check in with appointed staff. And yeah, thank you. So that's being added here.
Okay, trustee Gavin, would you like to make the motion for SSS1?
Yes, so that's added on the policy now, which I feel much better about. So I make a motion that this board approves policy, I'm sorry,
And she just
staff
read the
report
recommended
S2.
SSS1, and then I would
I'm sorry,
ask,
you said SSS1?
yeah, the reinstatement. It's the same one you're referencing, but it's triple S1 on my, or is my agenda, hold on one second now.
It says
It's S1.
S2 on mine.
Yes, it's two on mine.
Yes, that's true.
Natalie just said she made a mistake.
On the agenda, so that's a misprint in the package is rolling over.
Okay, so I would ask, so after we take this vote, we're gonna take a quick pause, a very brief recess. I'm gonna direct Dr. Butts to ensure that I have an accurate printed copy of the agenda, because there's no way that I can accurately chair. I don't use my cell phone and I don't look at the computer. I use the printed copy. So I need an accurate copy of the agenda in order to appropriately chair. Okay, so this is S1.
S2.
S2. Okay, trustee Gavin, would you please do me a favor for S2 and reread the recommended action with the noted amendments?
Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the reinstatement of the said student to the Benton Harbor Area Schools effective October 9th, 2024, with conditions of mentorship, restorative justice, and checking in with appointed staff. Yeah, I move that we support staff report S2.
Is there a second or support?
Second.
The motion has been made by trustee Gavin and supported by Vice President Bowens. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Madam President,
You have the floor.
I do have a question. I understand that the parent signed the FERPA release. My question is, will this documentation be put on the line? And if it is, can this individual, I know they signed the release, but can we retract some information?
I'm not understanding the question.
Okay, never mind.
It could just be me. You can read. I
No,
wasn't.
mean, never mind.
Okay.
Question.
You have the floor.
So
Can you pull up to your mic, please?
who was on the discipline, when I'm looking at the timeline for, if this student was suspended for 180 days. And there's a window that they had to request to return. And so who was on the committee from the Board of Education?
Great question. I was present. I would also add, I know this is not your question, but I would also add that the Director of Student Support Services was there. There was a teacher there present, principal, assistant principal. There was other staff, from the, I believe it's from the county, maybe. Like there was a number of staff there, a parent, is it called a parent representative that was there as well? So I must say, it was a very organized meeting. And Dr. Buss was there as well on virtually. It was a very organized meeting, and there was an ample opportunity for everyone to ask questions and connect with the student and the parent. And there was full agreement with the terms of the stipulations, and that all of these added things are to help that student and provide support to make sure that she's successful.
Yeah, and that wasn't to either way.
Yeah.
If it's brought to us, we're going to respect the fact that it was brought to us. But the previous administration at one point forever Ben Harbor area schools had a policy in place where there were 3 board members who had to be present, and they would present to those 3 board members to make the recommendation of students that were going to be expelled from Benton Harbor area school. The principal was to present the packet to the superintendent, and the superintendent brings the packet to the board, those 3 members. And they make the decision as to whether or not they would come back to come and bring it to the Board of Education. So, and for some unknown reason, with the last administration, because when it came before the board and their presentation for students was not accurate, was not correct, and we sent them back. So it was just switched immediately that the superintendent would have the power to expel students. And I think that we need to reconsider, and we need to go back to that policy where we have 3 board members present, so when the case is presented, because we found in several situations where the school had not done its due diligence as it related to the student. And so I would like for us to I've said this is the last, I've said it since I've been on the Board of Education, and since that policy, I don't even think that policy was ever officially changed. But because we have to come and vote on something that we have not gotten, I'm grateful that Trustee Gavin was available to be there. And so we have to vote on something, but we did not have the representation in there from the Board of Education, in my thought, to be able to say that we trust our colleagues. Our colleagues were there, all procedures and policies were followed. Because we cannot just give that power, and it's not about power, we just cannot give that power to the superintendent of the district when it's our responsibility. We should be the ones that make that decision whether or not a student is officially expelled, because they have to come to the board to get reinstated. So that they have to come to the board to get reinstated, they need to come to the board before they expel. So that's my thought.
Thank you for that comment, Secretary Triplett. What I would say is we did revisit that policy, and what we found is that the board does have the right to be present. What we didn't want to do was hold up the progress if 3 board members were not present. And so the board members were all given an opportunity to attend, and
But you can't.
And just what I would say is, in the interest of the time, because the parent has a legal right to have a response within a certain period of
10
time.
days.
And so with that, they were able to move forward with 1 board member present. What I would say is, if you're interested in adjusting that policy and requiring that 3 board members are present, we definitely need to look at our, I say this respectfully, we need to look at our attendance and we have to make sure that we actually are going to be there, because those meetings usually take place during the school day, and it's not so easy to get a board member there, so we wouldn't want to hold up the process. That's my recommendation, is that we're extended the opportunity, we show up. If we don't, then the superintendent has, and his staff have a right to move forward.
But the
But
legal,
that's a policy, that's a policy change that would have to happen.
yeah, the legal, when something is done like that, there's a 10-day window that they have to have. There are things that have to specifically happen within a 10-day window. And so when you, like you said, they're the president identified those people that would represent the board. If, say for instance, you can't make it, you're a part of that 3, you can't make it, somebody step in and replace. So we would know that, but we might be in violation of students' rights and what have you, that this stuff is not done within a 10-day window
Right.
before it comes before us
Okay.
and what have you. So thank you. We can talk
So
about it.
to my colleagues, so I, in listening to the conversation and Secretary Triplett, I am grateful to you asking who was present, because you all know I'm big on policy, and so I'm very familiar with that. The policy specifically states that you have to have 2 board members present on that committee. And so based on Trustee Gavin's statement, she was the only trustee that was present. So the hearing, although this is a recommendation that was provided, and I do trust Trustee Gavin's her input, I am afraid that if we take an active vote on this policy to reinstate the student at this time, we will be doing so in violation of the bylaw as it stands 5610, because it does specifically state 2 board members.
President Robinson, may we pull up that policy just?
Yeah, I've just asked the superintendent to do it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a brief recess. I'm gonna give us about a 10-minute window. It's 7:26. I guess we can do about 14 minutes. We'll come back to the table at 7:40. I'm asking that the board take an opportunity to review the policy, and then we'll proceed from there. So we're gonna go to recess as of 7:20. It's now 7:27, returning at 7:40.
Is Dr. Butts?
Dr. Buss is gonna
send that
stay.
policy over?
Mhm. Yep. So this is just to give us an opportunity so that the public is not just sitting here waiting as we look through. So we're gonna take a brief recess, returning at 7:40. So it's recess as of 7:27. All right, so we are returning from recess effective 7:46 p.m. Everyone has had an opportunity to review the policy. Dr. Butts, I'd ask that you give a brief update as to what, I know that you've had an opportunity to consult with 2 of your committee members as well as Secretary Triplett.
Yeah.
You have the floor to speak.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. According to policy 5610, under weapons, arson, criminal, sexual conduct, Section E, a student expelled under this policy for dangerous weapons, arson, criminal, sexual conduct, or assault upon an employee, volunteer, or contractor may apply for reinstatement in accordance with the following guidelines. Section E states within 10 school days after receiving the petition, the board shall appoint a subcommittee consisting of 2 board members, a school administrator, a teacher, and a parent representative. During this time period, the superintendent shall prepare and submit for consideration by the committee information concerning circumstances of the expulsion and any factors mitigating for or against reinstatement. That's the portion that was in question. So Trustee Gavin has a question.
Trustee Gavin.
This situation wasn't, this situation was not weapons, arson, or criminal sexual conduct.
Assault on an employee. At the end it says, or an assault on an employee, volunteer, contractor.
Okay, so then Dr. Butts, my question, okay, so anyone that has come to the meetings is very knowledgeable on the fact that I am very calm and cool with pretty much everything. And our trustees will make comments and have concerns, and they may be at a level of 90 on a heat factor. And I might be presenting on a level of a 20, and I try to bring people down. But when it comes to policy and the operationalizing of policy, I think everyone is very much aware that it is something that is extremely serious to me. And I will go to 0 to 100 very quickly as it relates to the operationalization of policy. And so I am completely uncomfortable with the fact that we proceeded with one board member when the policy states that it has to be 2. My concern is that when things are brought before the board table, and other trustees have said this before, and when they say it, I step in, I try to sugarcoat and bring the heat down a little bit. But when we are brought things to the board table, we are trusting that the administration has operationalized and vetted what is being brought to us thoroughly, because we are the individuals who have been voted in and trusted to take a vote that reflects what the policies of this district, the administrative guidelines, as well as the bylaws of the Board of Education indicate. And so we are in a position now where we have to make a decision as to whether we're going to take a vote that directly conflicts with our policy because we did not do our due diligence as it relates to getting our committee together in the manner that the policy states. I will acknowledge that it appears that 2 out of the 3 committee members were unavailable. However, my heightened level of concern is that this is not something that was caught by administration, that 2 board members were required. And so had Secretary Triplett not asked the question as to who was present, we would have been taking a vote in violation of policy unknowingly. I would anticipate and hope that every administrator and executive team member is fully aware of what the policy states. And so I have extreme concern with the manner in which we have been operating as it relates to student discipline because of such a major oversight. So I don't feel comfortable taking this vote. And quite honestly, I'm in a position as a board president where I don't know what to do. There are board members that are saying we've missed the deadline, so we have to proceed, but we will be proceeding in direct disregard of what our policy states. So I'm asking you, are we within window of the time frame required that if we have to, we could redo the hearing, being aware of what the committee is currently recommending now? If we were to go back and do that in the manner that we should, are we within our deadline to do that?
We are within a time frame that we can do the committee. The student, the ask was to get the student back into school as soon as possible. We have until October 30th to redo the hearing.
Secretary Triplett.
Well, Madam President, I'm one of the board members that I'm not at 20. I am not the president of the Board of Education, but I am a trustee of the Board of Education. We pay millions of dollars in fees for employees, and in particular at the central administration level. It is the responsibility of the superintendent of Benton Harbor Area Schools to make sure that all policies are being followed. It is not the responsibility of the Board of Education. And so when we hear things about the board is micromanaging and those types of things, and there are things that we just do not discuss publicly before this, before our body and before our constituents. However, we have a discipline committee of 3 people. Before this meeting was scheduled, and this hearing was scheduled, Trustee Gavin, Trustee Doyle, and Trustee Rocket Martin are members on the discipline committee. It is a responsibility of the superintendent to make sure that everything that's presented from the policy, anything that's presented to us, that it is in alignment with the policy. So it is not the board's responsibility. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Trustee Gavin for being in attendance. I don't know if all 3 of the board members were contacted and were talked to to find out a time where all of them could be there to take care of this. This is a serious matter. And so I am very disturbed once again. So there's no micromanaging, but because of things that we see, is almost forcing us to become de facto employees because of all of the mistakes or all of the things. Because I'm sitting up here, I'm struggling tonight in this meeting. I'm struggling with reports not being grammatically, semantically correct, or the right date and the right policy, what the report name is, and all of these different things, and everybody is so busy. So I'm starting to ask, what are you busy with? Because when we come to this table, we are fumbling. We are struggling, not because of us. And I want to make that clear, and I want that on the record. And so I appreciate your leadership. But the deal is this. Anything that comes before this Board of Education that's presented by the superintendent to this Board of Education for review and for a vote must be in alignment with policy, and it must be clear. Because I will not sit at this table, not another time, and the reports that we see before us, that we're sitting here, we're looking at policy, we're thinking, when this stuff should have been done before it came to this table. If it was not prepared, it should not be presented to us. And I definitely want that on the record. And moving forward, that will be the expectation. Because in the end, our students, our parents, they suffer. And they are the only reason that we are here. And anybody that think it's anything else, you got it wrong. They are number one priority. And it is unacceptable for us to be sitting before our citizens. And it has absolutely nothing to do with election, nothing. It's the right thing to do. And our community, our students, our parents, our staff, they deserve the very best. Because the standards that our employees are being held to on the lower level should be the same standard that central administration, the superintendent of the school district, and central administration should and will be held to. Thank you.
President Robinson.
You have the floor.
What I'm wondering is, just in the interest of time, do we have and I'll just say, like, this is why I think it's so important to have attorneys present, especially in expulsion hearings and at school board meetings. But what I'm wondering is, do we have the authority to set aside the policy or amend the policy for this instance so that we can reinstate the student, and then moving forward, make those necessary adjustments? Because Trustee Rocket Martin is present. She's in support of reinstating the student. So I'm just wondering, like, I've seen boards set aside policy to make a decision and then, move forward as needed. Is that an option?
Okay, so have two concerns with that. I understand that Trustee Rocket Martin is in support of reinstatement. However, if Trustee Martin was not present within the reinstatement hearing, then I'm unsure how she would be able to make a determination to be in support of it. She wasn't present. I am aware that you can disregard particular rules. My concern is more so the equity. Every other student that has had to come before the board for reinstatement, I would hope, has been required to do it with two board members present, as indicated by the policy. And so to me, we would be making an exception as it relates to one particular student. And so I don't know from a legal standpoint whether or not that's a can of worms that we want to open. And so I don't know if you all think I'm being too technical about it. If the majority of the board is at a place where you want to proceed with the vote, then by all means, I'm only one person at the table. But what I am communicating, that I am extremely uncomfortable with doing a vote to reinstate a student, knowing that there was not two board members present. And so if the will of the majority of the board is to proceed and take the vote, I am telling you now that my vote will be no. And I want it fully documented that the Board of Education president voted no and strongly advised the board against. However, I am only one vote.
I respect that, President Robinson. What I would say is that, I mean, it appears that prior to our committee assembled, that the superintendent was making bilateral decisions on expulsions and reinstatements prior to.
So I can clarify that.
I am, you know,
Yeah.
so in terms of equity, this has been the most equitable process that's been in play over the, you know, last few years.
So
But
what
I'm
go ahead.
definitely, I don't wanna, I won't go back and forth, whatever the board decides, I'll be in support of that.
Okay, so the clarification that I will provide just for your reference is that when you came along and became the chair of the policy committee and had interest in discipline, I merged the two. Prior to that, there was individuals that were placed on a discipline committee, but we were also operating in a manner where we were asking other individuals if they were available. So to ensure that we always had a set of designees that were available, we just created a merged policy and discipline committee. So we've always, to my knowledge, and I'm nervous even sitting and thinking about it, we've always had the two board members present. It was just extremely difficult to identify who would be present because there was no one that was particularly required to be present, if that makes sense. And so in creating the discipline and policy committees, a discipline committee, and then merging the two, we had three individuals that we knew were defined as being accountable to doing this work. Trustee Rocket Martin, you had a statement.
Madam President, since we have time, he said we have until October 30th. Is it reasonable to think that we could convene again as a discipline committee that would satisfy the terms of this situation and then make further recommendations? I also would like to make some recommendations for our policy.
I have no objection. I mean, you're recommending that we not proceed. Treasurer, please notate that Treasurer Creighton is present as of 8:01 p.m. Treasurer Creighton.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Just wondering, so my first question is, who violated the policy that's in question?
So it would be those that were present in the hearing and those that allowed the hearing to proceed without there being two board members present. So I would take that to be administration.
Okay, and specifically, who are you referring to when you say administration?
The superintendent.
Okay, perfect. So according to this policy, it says that the board shall appoint. I think the committee was appointed. I think the violation is clear that it was because the superintendent violated the policy. So I just wanted to be clear that the board did its due diligence. And for the record, I was asked by the president to be an alternate and I was not contacted. So at this time, I would like to make the recommendation that some board action is taken in regards to this because the board did not violate the policy. The superintendent violated the policy. So the committee was appointed and the policy was violated because the superintendent moved forward with that policy and with that meeting without making sure that the policy was being followed. I think some action need to be taken. If the vote is no, then it can be no. But to say that the board violated the policy, I think is an incorrect statement.
Thank you, Treasurer Creighton. Did I
No
say we
problem.
violated it, or you just wanted to make sure it was clear on the record?
Well, I think, I'm not sure who's taking the minutes, if they can recall back what you said, but I think it was noted from my memory that you didn't feel comfortable with us taking a vote because we'd be violating our own policy.
Understood. Thank you. So at this particular time, I would ask that there's, Secretary Tripoli, you had one final comment. We've already gotten one, but this is quite a serious topic.
It is very serious. And you know, for me, again, we have to make sure that we are in compliance. And I think, again, that all of the things that were put in place, I'm concerned even with the fact that there were so many other entities involved in this. If the parent did not request an open meeting, because the question in an expulsion hearing is simply this: do you want the meeting open or do you want the meeting closed?
Point of clarity. I mean.
No, I'm
point
just,
of
no, I'm just
information.
asking. I don't know.
Open.
It was an open meeting.
Yes,
And
sir.
yeah, so when, in the way that it was
And the
presented,
information should have been provided to the board as well.
yes. And so when we look here, I just want us to stay close, that we stay close on the board with our responsibility and not, because a lot of it appears from what Trustee Gavin presented to us tonight, that there was a lot of work done there. And so how does it look? And I understand as the president of this Board of Education and really the overseer of our policies and what we do here at this table. And not feeling comfortable moving forward and even having a conversation with the attorney as to how we can move quickly and not make it as tough for the parent and the student to have to go through this all over again, because it makes us look like we did not do what we were supposed to do.
And we didn't. But we did.
Okay, so at this time, I'm asking if there's a motion. Let me get my agenda so I can make sure I know what it's actually labeled as. I'm asking if it's a motion to table staff report S2 regarding the reinstatement of student. Hearing none, I'm taking it that someone wants to put the motion on the floor to continue. If there's no one wanting to table it, what is the will of the board?
I make a motion.
I just called for a motion and no one said anything. Is there a motion to table staff report S2?
I so move.
Is there a second or support?
Support.
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Trustee Rockett Martin that we table staff report S2. Any additional questions, comments, or concerns?
Just real quick, I would like to reiterate my request that we start having an attorney at these expulsion hearings and reinstatement hearings for our own protection. I think it would be really important for us to have an attorney present.
I agree 100%, Trustee Gavin. Secretary Triplett.
And that was a common practice. And if nothing else, not here, if we can't afford to have an attorney at all of our board meetings, an attorney was always present at the expulsion hearing. There was no way it's very dangerous even going into an expulsion hearing without an attorney. Because if we had an attorney there, the attorney probably would have advised that we are not prepared to move forward. So that's something that, and again, the policy for 100+ years with the Board of Education was that there were 3 board members who made it the discipline committee and an alternate. That was on there. And it was the responsibility of the principal to bring the information to the superintendent. The superintendent makes the decision whether or not it's to go forward for the actual expulsion. And then the superintendent is the one that brings the recommendation to the Board of Education. And so, and then he supports with his team and what have you to justify how and why we came to this resolve. It was just that it was changed because the Board of Education, the superintendent, the previous superintendent, brought some information to the Board of Education. They had not done their due diligence, and the board rejected the expulsion. And the next time we met, that power was given to the superintendent to expel our children. And we cannot do that. That is not the way that we operate. There is a due process and there are protocols. And that is to protect not only our district, but it's also to protect our citizens. Because if this has happened, and now I'm thinking, was everything follow to the T as related to even coming before the board for expulsion? That's why we are trustees And we are put here by the citizens of Benton Harbor and Benton Harbor Area School District, which is made up of 7 or 8 different municipalities. So again, I support that, Madam President, and I appreciate you there, and Trustee Gavin, I appreciate those comments as well.
Madam President,
Trustee Rocket
I
Martin.
also would like it be noted that it's also to protect the victim. You know, we talk a lot about the person that's being expelled, but what about the victim of the person that whatever happened was perpetrated on? So I think it'll cover both.
Everything.
I don't want us to forget that the person that fell victim to whatever happened, they have rights also. And they're just as important as the person that's being expelled, if not more so, because the incident was against them. So I want us to keep that in mind too. The victim is an important part of this also. And to my knowledge, the victim was there. So the recommendation that we received was very comprehensive. And you know, when I just think of the folks that were there, they were all the people there that could support that student and give them what they needed so that they could, go forward.
Yeah, I would.
That's the thing I really like and want to take a look at, the fact that they had a support group up under them to help them move forward for both groups.
Yeah, I would just like to add that the victim was present and that the victim was advocating in support
Of the
of
student.
reinstating the student. So those amends were made, and there was a continued plan for, continued amends. So it was pretty comprehensive.
Dr. Butts.
Madam President, if I may just say, E does say within 10 school days after receiving the petition, the board shall appoint a subcommittee consisting of 2 board members, a school administrator, a teacher, and a school parent representative. The subcommittee was appointed. During the meeting, however, there was only 1 board member at the meeting. So it was put together, it was appointed at the meeting, and it was says during this time period, prepare, submit for consideration by the committee concerning the circumstances of the expulsion.
So Dr. Butts, I'm not sure, I'm not sure if you're intending to indicate that you don't think the policy was violated because they were appointed, because they were not present. And so I would think that it would be expected that the committee appointed should be present. So I guess I'm not really understanding the point you're attempting to make. I might be missing it.
Basically, the point I'm trying to make is that everything was prepared. Unfortunately, all the board members were not able to make it. So we haven't taken a vote as of yet, so nothing has been violated as of yet. So at this table, we have time to make sure that we reconvene.
And so what I want to notate, and I did hear you indicate that you were on vacation at the time, or I think that's what you whispered to me. But what I want to note is that the moment that it was realized that there was only 1 board member present, that hearing should not have taken place. And so I do not know who was the person that was in charge at that particular time, because I don't want to go into any further in discussions that may sound as a reflection or a judgment of a person's employment. But the moment that it was determined that there was not a committee that was consistent, as the policy determined, that hearing should not have gone forward. And so my advice to administration would be to ensure, I would ask that you send out a memo, and I know that this is getting in the weeds, but I feel like I need to be here. I would ask that you send out a memo to every person that is involved in the disciplining of a student and ensure that they have thoroughly read all of the required policies that govern how we discipline our students. I would also ask that when a person is recommending either the disciplining or the returning from an expulsion, to you that there is a question embedded in that paperwork that asks them whether or not they have reviewed whichever policies are in alignment with that reinstatement or expulsion, etc. I would also ask, and I know you're trying to write it down, but you can go back and get the minutes, so it's okay.
Yes.
I would also ask that moving forward, these staff reports include who was present at the hearing so that this board can be assured that the individuals that were required to be present were present. Because I'm going to automatically assume that the hearing has taken place per the policy, and had Secretary Triplett not asked who was present, I would have been completely unaware that there were not two board members present. Okay,
I have a question.
Treasurer Creighton.
What was the date that this was petitioned?
Ms. Nichols, do you have that information? I don't have it in front of me. I have the policy up. Hold on for a second.
It said, President Robinson,
Yes, ma'am.
if the facts and analysis are correct, is this correct, where it says the petition of reinstatement was received from the student
August
on
27th.
August 27th?
Okay.
Okay, so then the follow-up, according to the policy, we have 10 school days. So we've already missed the deadline. So where did the October 31st deadline come from?
Well, you have 10.
After 150 days, the policy allows the family to petition the school board for reinstatement. They apply early for the reinstatement.
So are you saying that that's another violation, that you guys accepted it early? I mean, I just think it's all bad. So that's one comment that I was gonna make. The other comment was just as a point of clarity. There was a table discussion and then a support. So from my understanding, I didn't think we get to have a
You
discussion
are
after
absolutely
table.
right. Secretary Triplett called, and please, everyone, please forgive me. I am not well in this moment. So please, to the board, please forgive me. When a table comes before the floor, we should not have had the discussion, but I am having a hard time. So Secretary Triplett, I would ask that you please call the vote.
President Robinson,
Yes. I mean,
No.
to table, we're tabling. Yes, to table.
we're voting to table. Okay. President Robinson,
Yes.
Treasurer Creighton,
No,
Secretary Triplett, yes. Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, next on the agenda, we are at superintendent updates. Dr. Butts, can you please present the partnership agreement?
Thank you, Madam President. At our last meeting, the Department of Teaching and Learning reiterated to the partnership agreement meeting that we had just completed 3 days of staff training. We adjusted the format to a conference style so that staff could attend various trainings. The new curriculum for ELA and math was covered. And 9/11 Reveal Math will return for additional training for students in grades 6 through 12. The new behavior support system was covered by Ms. Nichols. Ms. Cupps will review and be sure to inform staff regarding the evaluation process, which is to inform rather than to be punitive. We established how the SLOs should work. Corrected reading training took place on 9/11 while placement testing, reading mastery transformation. Reading transformation will take place the second week of school. Took place the second week of school. We also spoke about our benchmark presentation that we will be having coming up in November. We are working on updating and making sure that our MyKIP is updated. We are working on the needs and wants to collaborate and utilize resources available to us through Bearing Research in a bigger way, and get assistance developing the IRIPs as they currently have. They have more of a cut and paste rather than individualized format. extended day will begin on October 7th, which we just begun. And we're looking for dividing the resources evenly across all schools.
Dr. Bus, you're on the partnership, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I think I misspoke and said strategic plan, but the first item is the partnership, so there was some confusion. You can continue.
I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. As I just said, extended day began on October 7th. We're looking at dividing the resources equitably across all schools. Additionally, clubs were discussed to keep kids engaged. Kudos to Ms. Cups for reaching out to find and utilize the resources and support that we needed from RISA in regarding getting classes audited at the high school. We are in need of an ELL teacher and want to ensure that we're getting those students that need those services. We're making sure to reach out and hire someone that those students can be serviced. The principals are working on finalizing the consolidated app and hope to have it submitted. And it was submitted on 8/26. Title III and GSRP transportation were sent and to be submitted. Cafeteria furniture will be finalized and submitted to be ordered so that it can be installed over the winter break. We went back over some stuff like the back to school bash was successful. We reiterated some things that had already happened. Peer mediation will begin at the high school and middle school as they have the trainers have been trained, coordinators have already been chosen. Our MTSS specialists and the new truancy specialists are working together on the new campaign of Everyday Matters to ensure that our students are in school. We're making sure that the truancy officers visiting all schools on a daily basis to make sure that attendance is being taken and that for those students that are out, they're being reached out to. Letters were sent to community partners, soliciting their support and help in sharing everyday matters. Additionally, we're looking to get other incentives in place for our student attendance. We're working with different partners and our monies from 21H to ensure that we get student incentives. Some of the things that we recognized during this time were the new Xbox PlayStations. I actually reached out to one of the car dealerships to see if they have a gently used car they'd be willing to donate so that to the high school for students for an attendance incentive at the end of the school year. We also discussed some HR vacancies that we have for the district. Tracking sheet has been completed for the TNTs that we're hiring and the TNTs that we have in place. For the fiscal year 25, the regional grant is beginning to ramp up allocations and looking to be similar to last year. So we're working on the regional, the RAD grant. And we went back and discussed the Munetrics training that took place back in August. And moving forward, principal will use the records, safety drills, extended day assistance, IRIPS, Munetrics to pull in data to engage the community.
All right, thank you, Dr. Butts. I would ask if we could ensure that when we're presenting something on the agenda, if there's a link that Dr. Butts is reviewing, if we could try to open it on the screen so that the public can follow along, because I really appreciate those that are present, and I know that it probably is a bit much to just sit here and hear someone reading at you. So if we could at least have something available so they can follow along on the screen, that would be very helpful. At this time, I'd ask, is there any questions from the board concerning the partnership agreement update?
Madam President, thank you, Dr. Butts, for this presentation on the partnership agreement. So
Oh, 1 second. I want to make sure the record reflected that trustee Bowens found the strength to return to the board meeting.
Go take care of something.
Okay, so he did leave at recess. And when I noticed he was present, it was about 8:19. I just want to make sure that the record accurately reflects that. I'm sorry to cut you off, Secretary Triplett.
So when I look at the partnership agreement and I see all of the things that the teams have reported out that they're doing and that has been done. But when I think of the partnership agreement, and I've been requesting, I know it's coming up in November, it's October now. With the data, as far as the growth. Because in this partnership agreement, are we within the parameters? I'm just a little bit disappointed that we have not gotten a report on where we stand as it relates to the timeline for the 18 months that was granted to us to make growth in our schools. Did we make the growth? Have you guys received the state testing data and information from the state examinations from elementary to high school? Are we going to be in violation? I don't see any of that here. And this is a critical piece. Do you have anything that you can share in November when the state comes in with this partnership agreement? Are we going to know that we have met the criteria that we were forced to sign on in this partnership agreement? Do anybody have any information, any data available for us on that?
Yes, sir. Ms. Cups can present that during her teaching and learning update. We do have a data story file that she can share, that we can share out.
No, I want, as far as the partnership agreement is concerned, what the things that required from the state. Because we went into this partnership agreement. We went through, pulled everything, what we signed and said, this is what our kids will make 1% growth or 3% growth and what have you. I don't want it piecemeal like that to me.
Yes, sir.
So this is the partnership agreement information that should be in this document, because in November, I do not want to find out that we did not meet the mark. This is a partnership agreement in alignment with the state of Michigan. So can somebody give us some information? Because I'm quite sure you've been working on all of these meetings for different things, gift cards and all of these things. These things are nice, but we need to meet.
Yes, sir. And
So you did say Director Cups can provide that. Are you saying that she has that information? She's going to give it in her report?
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
prepared.
she
Okay,
can.
Director Cups, can you do that at this point? Can you bring up your updates that you were going to provide and give us the responses as it relates to the partnership agreement at this time? You have the floor.
In regards to the data for the partnership agreement, we were asked last month to submit a survey, basically answering whether or not we felt each building, based on our data from M-STEP and PSAT, met the 1% increase. And when we completed the survey, we responded by grade level. So our data and our interpretation of the data made it appear that not all buildings would meet that 1% growth. But after the September meeting with our partnership agreement liaison, Kim Davis, it was clarified that it is an average of the grades in each building, which means that more than likely all of our buildings will meet that 1% growth. For third grade, for ELA, it's a 1.4% increase, which means all of MLK would qualify in that increase. And for math, it was a 4.5% increase. And that's over 3 years, from the 21-22 school year to the most recent testing that happened in the spring. So according to that, MLK does meet that 1% increase. For Fairplain East, it's a average of a 1.7% increase for ELA and a 1.4% increase for math. So they do meet that criteria. For the middle school, it's a combination of M-STEP and PSAT. For 6th and 7th grade, ELA is a 2% increase. And for 8th grade ELA, it's a 6.3% increase. For math, it's a 1.8% increase, but they did not increase for math with 8th grade PSAT. But overall, that average together, they will likely be considered meeting that 1%. And then for our high school, ELA is a 1.4% increase, but we did not increase in math. We actually lost some ground for our 9th, 10th, and 11th graders with PSAT and SAT. But the final determination comes after the presentation, after the ISD evaluates the data, and after the state evaluates the data and our presentation. And there are 3 determination, I don't know what to call it, ratings that they can give. Did not meet, but progressing or progressing. But we weren't able to give ourselves that indicator of did not meet, but progressing in our self-assessment. But that is something that the state can give, is a did not meet, but progressing. So all of the information that's contained in those notes from the partnership agreement meetings is evidence of what we're doing for progressing.
So I have a quick follow-up question for you. The presentation that you're referencing, what date is that presentation? Or is it just submitted information? Like, is this an actual meeting what you'll be presenting?
It is, yes. The date for that is November 4th.
Okay, so I would ask, that we have board membership present. And I don't know what day of the week November 4th is, but
It's a Monday.
okay. So if you could send out an email with that date, just so we can have more information on that, and try to get at least 1 or 2 of us present to sit in on that, Treasurer Creighton.
Thank you. Just wonder, this report is, I was trying to look and see who was in attendance. It looks like it's a lot of errors in that, so I would just recommend that these are official documents that we corrected, because it's saying that Robin was the recorder, but that she was absent, this person, that person. It's just, it needs to be recorded and fixed. So I'm not sure if it was the board member present or not, but in that same report, under, I don't know if that's a question or a comment. I would hate to know the answer, so I'm gonna make it a comment. If we look at student support update, in that section, it looks like Ms. Chapman had some concerns about something, and that at the bottom it was noted that Dr. Buss is working to transition some positions to address this issue, but is receiving some pushback. I'm looking for some clarity on that. I don't know what that is, or what that pushback might be referring to. But again, if these are legal documents that's being exchanged with the state, I think it's really important that they are accurate and very specific. And then it's another section. I think if you turn the page, at the bottom, it says the majority of new hires this year are certified. When we say a majority, like, how do we say that we're collecting data and using data to support, but then we use subjective terms like majority? So again, just a few concerns about this agreement. Obviously, I've been absent, and I remember reading the letter from the state with some things being highlighted. And so there's definitely some communication with the state that's including and not including the board, but definitely pointing fingers at the board. And so I wanted to be noted that these are some of my concerns on the record, so that when blanket statements are made, people will know that, you know, there are things being put in report that is not necessarily accurate, or that is so vague that we skip over them to give people the benefit of the doubt. But I think it's some very strong statements in this, and I can't ignore them. So I just wanted that noted on the record.
Thank you. Welcome back, Pippin. Secretary
But
Triplett.
that last one, I'm sorry, President Robinson, was the question.
Oh,
The majority
okay.
of new hires this year are certified.
All right.
Can we
so
get a data or checkpoint or fact check?
What part of the notes are you under?
Human resource update.
Services.
It sounds like someone at the table had a question or comment that they wanted to add.
Oh,
I'm
Secretary
sorry, at the
Triplett.
admin table.
Oh. Did someone have feedback? Okay. While Dr. Buss is pulling up that clarification for Treasurer Creighton about the certified individuals, I'll ask that Secretary Triplett just jump in really quickly so we can keep the meeting going, and
No
then
problem.
we'll go back.
Yeah, because I really wasn't finished, but since Treasurer Creighton has brought this up, I specifically who, because this document, like you said, is an official document, who and where is the pushback coming from? Because that needs to be clear. That needs to be clearly stated. So Dr. Buss, this is in, you all evidently, these were notes that were taken. Can you tell me exactly who or where the pushback is coming from?
I'm trying to go back and recall when it says, I see right here, it says Ms. Gloria Chapman asked if we have received feedback regarding the reason for absences. And I'm trying to figure out which absences we were discussing in that particular section of the meeting.
We're only asking about
Yeah, pushback, yeah, because it says some staff allow personal issues to bleed into the profession. Dr. Buss is working to transition some positions to address this issue, but is receiving some pushback.
Pushback from whom?
That's what I did take the notes on that. I'm trying to figure out,
Who took the notes?
Do we have an accurate attendance of who was at that meeting?
yep.
Because this sheet is not correct.
Robin, Marvin, German, Lisa, Gloria.
Seeing pushback. From who?
We
This
probably,
is our August meeting notes.
yeah, we just, only thing I want to know is who the pushback is coming from, because this is in a state document. And we might want to do some professional development and some support on facial expression to help us be able to use our poker faces so it won't be so obvious how people are actually feeling.
You talking to me because I know my face tore up. My
Yeah,
apologies.
So if we can find somebody that can show face, help the staff and even some of the board members on how to control their face muscles. So I would like to know who the pushback is from.
I have to get back with you on that,
That's a
Secretary.
very
Triplett.
serious piece.
Yes, sir,
And
because
this
that was
document,
note
this
taken.
information is being sent to the state. And so is it pushback from your staff? Is it pushback from your teacher? Is it, who is the pushback from? Because it couldn't be pushback from us.
And then I just want to make sure that we don't defer from the clarification that was asked about the certified
I have
staff.
information on that if I
All right,
can.
you have the floor.
Right, so thank you for clarifying that. Those meeting notes are from the meeting in August. And at that time for the new school year, of the 13 new hires, 9 of them were certified positions, and those were 9 hires that were listed as, I think what Treasurer Creighton was mentioning, most of, so that would say at that time, 69% of our new hires presented to this board were certified staff at the time of that August meeting.
Okay, are there any other questions about the strategic plan? The partnership agreement update? Trustee Gavin.
Thank you, President Robinson. I'll be brief. I think it is very helpful to receive these notes, so I wouldn't stop doing this. And also, I've kind of mentioned before, just in terms of reporting formats, it would be very helpful if we have some deliverables that we have to provide in the partnership agreement, whether it is percentage of growth or like whatever those measurable deliverables are, if it's possible for us to receive the information in a format that shows what the deliverable is, when it's due, and then how close are we towards achieving that result? Just wondering if it's possible to receive the report in that type of a format. Is that, I guess, what would be the next steps? Would it require a board vote? Is it something that Dr. Buss is amenable to? Like, because as for me, I would like to know how close are we towards the goal that we promised in this partnership agreement. Dr. Buss, is he present?
I am. I was looking up something. As far as the notes being given, could you repeat the last part of your question, please?
Okay, so my question is, with it being a partnership agreement, as a district, we made some promises that we would get certain things accomplished within a certain period of time.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
those things are measurables, right? So my question is it possible to, when we receive the report, can we receive it in a format that lets us know what the specific measurable is, when is the deadline, and what, like, what our achievement level is towards that stated deliverable. So for example, if we're like what Director Cooks was saying, if we're supposed to achieve a 1% growth, right, by a certain date, how close are we to that, right? And whatever that measurable is, there's a column, there's a row for that. Whatever the deadline is, that's next to it somewhere. And then we can see how close or far we are from the goal. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible to receive information in that format so we can at a glance know where we stand on the partnership agreement?
Yes, ma'am. And I'll let Ms. Cup seems like she has something to say as well.
So we have a template that
Yep.
was shared with us by our partnership agreement liaison, Kim Davis. I think it might meet the needs that you're looking for. It was attached to the partnership meeting notes from September, but it's not documented on those October note or August, sorry, notes that you have. Dr. Butts has that file that he can share with you. And I hope that is what you're looking for. From what you're saying, I think it is.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
So, Madam President,
Yes.
as a follow-up to the question that I asked, so my question was similar to what Trustee Gavin is saying. Instead of saying the majority, if we can get data, because the state in this partnership agreement, when we wrote it, it was speaking to data. And so that's what I was asking. If we can get those concrete numbers, in facts in there, so that when we go back, I know that everyone is busy. So to have to go back and then look up and figure out what the majority is, put the calculations in, and then, it just becomes too cumbersome. I think for record keeping purposes, it would just be better to, I understand that this is like notes, but at the same time, it becomes very gray for us, because I think the overall goal is to make sure that we're hiring and retaining certified staff. And so as a follow-up to that, and I don't know if this information has been presented, I was asking, so like, where are we with our certified staff? Like, what is the percentage? What's the ratio? Where is that? And if that's not available now, possibly it can be presented in HR. Trustee Raquel Martin?
Madam President, I also would like to add a little tag footnote to this is if we would meet in our committees on a regular basis, a lot of these things we can iron out there, and then when we get to the board table, we'll have it in the format that you would like to have. Some of this would definitely be in the curriculum department. Some of them would be in the HR department. Some of it would be in the financial department or wherever. So my suggestion is that we start meeting religiously and with fidelity, meet in our committees so that we can iron out some of these things so we don't have to take as much time at the board table to do so. It is important, and I think if we can take a microscope look at it in our committee meetings, we would catch a lot of the things and you know, find out the things we need to have. Dr. Butts is president of every one of those meetings, and there we could iron out, catch, fix, put together, you know, what we need to, so that we have everything that we need when we come to our regular board meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Rocket Martin. I know that I believe my curriculum committee is yourself, Triplet, and Trustee Gavin. So you are.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you are taking on ownership of you all asking for the updates and getting this information prior to us getting it? Is that what your recommendation would be? Is that what you're recommending, that it come before? Okay, so that's between you guys and your committee. That's between you all and your committee. I have no objection to the work that you all do within that committee.
Madam President?
I know
Trustee Gavin.
it is a committee question. How many members have to be present in order for that committee to move forward? Does the chair have to be present in order to move forward? Is it two? Is it one? You know, how many?
I think standard we've let two be the minimum.
So with
Versus
two
one
presidents,
person.
that is the committee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So we can go forward.
so we can move
Mm-hmm.
forward.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
And I think if you have situations where for some reason the committee is not available, but the chair is or another member is, and that can be counted as a one-on-one with Dr. Butts. If there's something pressing that he would like to review with members of that committee, but the committee is not available. But I think for it to be considered a committee, it would at least have to be two out of the three of the committee members. Anything less than that would be a one-on-one.
Thank you.
Madam
All right.
President? Sorry.
Okay, we're gonna take one final comment from Vice President Barnes and we're gonna move forward.
So I'm looking at this partnership agreement and it says Department of Special Education updates. There's none. Is that just for this month, or is that like we did not purchase a vehicle or anything? Then it's another question that I have where it talks about the Everyday Matter campaign. Our MTSS specialists and new truancy specialists are working together on the new special campaign Everyday Matters to ensure that our students are in school. We have created postcards, nudge letters. The Department of Human Services will assist as well as working and solve our chronic absenteeism. Letters will be sent to community partners soliciting their support and helping share that everyday matters. Have we heard back from our community partners or anything on that?
You'll be there.
The floor is open for the person who has the answer to Vice President Bowen's question.
So Ms. Nichols has chaired that committee. So Ms. Nichols, do you have an update for that?
Yes, good evening. So with that, the letters come from Dr. Butts because we cannot send out any communications from my office. That's from the superintendent office when it comes to community partners.
So whenever I get information, I'll have that. I have not received information to send out as of yet. So when I get information to send out, I do have Natalie to send the information out.
So we did send letters out though.
Have we sent the letters out? Have we received the letters? Excuse me, Ms. Singer, have we received the letters to be sent out? No, ma'am, for the Everyday Matters, for the attendance campaign.
So,
We
okay.
haven't received any letters.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna-
No, I have the floor. The question was.
You have the floor when I give it to you.
I
Vice President
wasn't
Barnes. You're
finished
not
with my
done. Okay,
question.
thank you.
So I wasn't finished with my question.
Okay.
The question is not, are we sending letters out? Okay, it says the letters were sent to community partners soliciting their support. So that's what I'm asking. Have we gotten any feedback from our community partners?
Not from our community partners, not that I'm aware of.
And we sent letters to them.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Who and when? That's what you just.
Well, I'm thinking he was asking, have we sent it out to our parents? Meaning those community partners, our parents, but if he's talking about, say, for communities in the school or Boys and Girls Club, they should have received those letters.
So it's not like a monthly meeting with them, or is that something the board would have to do?
That's a monthly meeting with the MTSS and with the truancy officer that Ms. Nichols is over.
Okay.
We're gonna continue with the meeting. Dr. Buss, thank you for providing the partnership agreement update. Next, we have strategic plan update.
With the strategic plan, I noticed when I went back to the original one from last year, I have been given KPIs and updates on those. But when I look back on the one that was redid for the 22-23, looking at the annual goals and objectives, I would hope to ask the board so that we revisit these and look at these, coming up with some annual goals and objectives for the school year, because with those KPIs, we've kind of gone through those. And most of those we've either implemented or started, but we need to revisit the annual goals for the year. So when we first started this, the academic programs, increased student achievement as measured on local, state, and national assessments. The goals for 23 was implement district-wide high dosage tutoring strategies. Which was a community-led initiative. So we haven't come up with those ones for 24-25 school year. We still have the same KPIs that we were, and I know at the last meeting you were stating that instead of just giving KPIs where we are. So when I looked at that, we have not come up with annual objectives for the district. So I would ask for some clarity and some guidance on how we go by to make sure we set some annual goals for the district as a team.
So I would ask that you take that to your curriculum committee, kind of start there with that conversation.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, if there's no questions for Dr. Buss currently,
Madam.
Secretary Triplett.
Okay, so when we talk about the strategic plan, as I stated at the last meeting, I'll be stating it every time. The strategic plan was established with 45 community people. It was a powerful day. And every time we come to this meeting, I don't see anything. I don't hear anything. And these were people from all walk of this community. And this is on the agenda month after month. The template and the foundation was laid. For the first time, I felt that the community was actively considered, had a voice. And remember, I think you did the fight song that day, Madam President. And you remembered every motion for Benton Harbor on to victory.
I still got it.
Yeah. And this is concerning. And I think because the district improvement plan should be, it's a live document, and it should lead the work. the strategic plan was put together in partnership with the district improvement plan. All of the school improvement plans should be aligned with the district improvement plan, which was taken into consideration when the strategic plan was put in place. And so for us not to see any movement as it relates, because the strategic plan was not just a checklist. It was some hard work, and these people gave up. They could not come to this and participate in it unless they were willing to give up their entire day. I'm concerned. I see the strategic plan. I don't see the pieces added in there. Each category where it's added in there, what has been done within the last 2 years. And so I don't know, as far as us coming here and saying we want the board to come in and be a part and to assist, and then in the same breath say, you know, you get a letter stating, which we have not officially addressed, from the state that the board is micromanaging. And here it is once again, that because of a lack, that in our questioning, our way in which we question things, it's almost that we're forced, or we appear to be a de facto part of the staff. Again, up top, we pay good money. Taxpayers' money. And the same way in which our staff in our individual buildings are being treated, talked to, and expected to rise should be the same manner in which we can expect from central administration. And I just want that on the record, because I know people are listening from all over, because the playbook is still open. The old playbook is still effective, and it is very, very active for the dismantling of our school district and our high school. So I would like to say to the superintendent that the strategic plan has to guide the work here. It is a living document, but it has to be at the forefront of the work that's done in Benton Harbor area schools. And I just want that on the record, Madam President. Thank
Okay,
you.
so I would ask Ms. Singer if we could go back to our timer. I just noticed that it hasn't been on. It's now 9 o'clock. Yes, ma'am.
When I look at the strategic plan that we put in place, when I look at the strategic plan that we have put in place, I see it as an ongoing document. And so I just looked at one where it says the master's facility plan. Okay, we have that in place. So that is ongoing. So a lot of the things that I'm looking at what is starred, and I'm thinking those are the objectives that we said we would really concentrate on. And then you look at the communication and the evidence in progress. That means it is continuing and is ongoing. And I think if we look at the movement of our district, the things that we are now getting done, especially in the facilities, and it is a document that is moving, that we are working that plan. So I'm looking at it as a document that's not standing still, and you may not see big whatever, but I'm looking at it as a document that's ongoing, that will be continually And at the end of the 5 years of what I think is a 5-year plan, we will see the evidence, all of the evidence that we need to see. And I would just use the facilities as an example. At the end of this 5-year plan, I expect to see the things that we said that we would do in that strategic plan, that the community said we would do, that we told the community that we would do and work with them on, that would be in place and that we would see it. And the same thing is for cultural and learning environment. I see where it says the letters training, all of the training that the teachers are doing now, that's part of the strategic plan, and it's ongoing. It's not going to stop. It's going to keep continuing on. You know, so I see it as a document that we're actually living and doing.
Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna ask that if we could move on in conversation.
President Robbins.
Trustee Gavin.
Thank you. Okay, so, thank you, Dr. Butts. I was looking at the KPI. Can you tell us what KPI stands for?
Performance indicators.
Okay, thank you. Key performance indicator. And I was reading like this key performance indicator, and it says increased student achievement as measured on local, state, and national assessments. Right, increased student achievement. And then the metric is a percentage of staff is enrolled in a training. And then the evidence is that 100% as of October 2023. So it's kind of like the evidence is that they enrolled in this training. But the key performance indicators that we've increased student achievement, right? So for me, when I see increased student achievement, it's not so much that staff is enrolled in a thing that indicates evidence to me that we've increased student achievement. Does that make sense? What is evidence to me that we've increased student achievement is evidence that we've increased student achievement. Something that shows growth. X amount of students have increased their reading levels, you know, or math proficiency, things of that nature. Like that is the evidence to me for those key performance indicators. So, you know, I'm just wondering if there's a way to, you know, look, you know, make sure that the evidence is matching those key performance indicators. That's one. And then the other is, I'm very much concerned about the culture and the culture and climate. This is our first board meeting after, you know, some very serious incidents. And I don't see anywhere in the agenda in which we are addressing the public on that issue. You know, I was told that there would be some type of written information to go out to the public. People don't like us to say what we want to say. And so it helps if we can get that language from you and share it in terms of the culture and climate issues. You know, I don't even want to say what it is, but there were some issues. And so there needs to be something on the agenda from the superintendent that addresses these Facebook posts about the, you know, weapons and, you know, violence and things of that nature. So yeah, when I look at culture and learning environment, I'm looking for something to address that.
And I can, we put some evidence, I'm looking at the document, we put some communication out on the website, but I can add it to this document.
On the website?
So like whenever we have an incident, but I make sure we do a blast on the website.
Okay, I thought you
And
said you were
social
gonna
media.
put it on social media as well, so I was looking there and I didn't see it. You said it's on the website.
Put it out, it's on Skillshare, so it should go out on social media as well.
I don't see it.
And I can make sure that it's updated, because directive typically when we have anything to happen, it's not to just put on our website, but it also put on social media.
I have a question.
This would be the last question. Well, trustee Gavin, were you finished? Sorry.
Yeah, I guess my question, it was twofold. It was one, addressing the weapons incident. Two, the key performing indicators and the actual evidence of that. Is there a way to make sure that the evidence matches that KPI?
Yes, I can make sure that matches.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then this will be the last question, and then we'll proceed to superintendent goals. Go ahead, can you start the timer? Well, when he starts speaking, so.
Well, I guess too, when you again, to respond to the statement that I made as it relates to the strategic plan. I am not saying that things are not happening, but this must guide the work in all areas. That it must guide the work, and some of us are not privy to work within the district. And so this information may go to some of us who are volunteering and working on the inside, but those of us who do not work in the district, we need the same information for those who are working and have access from the Board of Education. Because it's evident that there are people who are on the Board of Education have a more inside access, inside view, and be able to witness and identify some things that we, as the Board of Education, do not have that type of access. So I just wanted to make that clear in response to Ms. Rockette Martin's statement about the strategic plan and it's moving, because the strategic plan is real. It's the one thing that I hold dearly to in my heart, where I felt in that moment that Ben Harbor was completely involved in the education and what's happening in our school.
All right, so I believe that we're wrapping up the conversation on the strategic plan update. The next update is superintendent goals. The last time that we were at the table, there was discussion from the board specifically regarding whose responsibilities it was to develop the goals. I had a little pushback and had a committee that had not met. I will share with the board that we still have not had an opportunity to meet. So it is in the best interest of the work that the superintendent finalizes the goals based on the information that the board has provided previously. There is going to be a board retreat that's coming up. He is required to be there. And so Dr. Buss, I would ask that you be prepared to share your goals. You provided goals. We wanted more meat and more context as to what the data would be. And I think that's the only thing that you are missing. I will apologize to the board for my inability to be present, as well as my lack of ability to hear you all and you telling me that that was not working, because it's not. And so this is me acknowledging that I was wrong and that the board was right. And so Dr. Buss, if you could plan to have that available for us at the upcoming board retreat, we are going to discuss that under old business. If you have clarification that you need, I would suggest that you reach out to either of the board members. I know trustee Rockette Martin was willing to be on that committee. Secretary Triplett took itself off. I'm still willing to support you. But at this time, I barely have the availability and functioning to do normal day-to-day things. So we're going to make sure that that is not held up any longer. And so we'll have the date of the board retreat finalized under old business, and I would ask that you come prepared with that information.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Secretary Triplett.
when we talk about the superintendent's goals, those are his goals. And I'm just tired of the fact that this stuff is being deferred back. We have been talking about this for 3 months. For the longest. First of all, a superintendent should not even be able to go forth without having goals already established for this district. It is not the Board of Education's responsibility. We are not the employee. We identified a superintendent that has a PhD that should be able to write and present his goals and his vision for this district. The question was, what was presented to us would be very difficult to evaluate because there were no checkpoints. What was presented to us or presented to me, and for me, I'm going to look at the document. So how will I be able to identify that you met this goal? So the goals were very broad. They were not specific. But our employees should know how to write goals. And so I am not going to take on that role. You should not take on that role. Trustee Rockette Martin should not take on that role. If Dr. Butt called and asked me or asked any of us, I'm definitely not going to say no, but that's his responsibility to present these goals to us. Because guess what? This right here is our responsibility of the Board of Education to evaluate the superintendent. And we must have those goals ready in order for us to be able to do our job effectively and efficiently. So that's what I want it to be understood. And I don't want you to, I don't feel like you should take the ownership of doing that because you have your own job. You write your own goals and your expectations of what it is that all of us that are employed, we do that work. And that's a part of the superintendent's work to present to this Board of Education his goals for our district.
So I want to clarify, my apology was that you and Trustee Gavin told me the same thing 3 weeks ago, and I gave pushback. So that is what I am apologizing for. Trustee Gavin.
So I feel like this what's linked here is a little different than what we started out with. I don't recall, it's been such a long time. But what I'm seeing here from Dr. Butts is a goal to increase student attendance by what, 3%? Is that correct? Increase student attendance by 3%. Increase academic performance by 1%. And increase professional development that will allow teachers to relay information to our students to increase academic achievement and graduation rates. Certified teachers in training and all of the grow our own staff beginning in summer 24-25. This is a goal to better prepare teachers to better prepare students. So it sounds, just to be clear, what you wanted to submit or what you're wanting to submit, what I'm looking here now, increase student achievement by 1%, attendance by 3%, professional development for teachers, increase professional development by teachers. Is that correct, Dr. Buss?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm prepared to, at this point, because it's just been delayed so long, I'm prepared to accept those as his goals and then to give feedback to Dr. Butts on those goals. Yes, we wanted them to be, connected to the strategic plan, and, that would have been ideal. But if this is, rather than delay it months at a time to get that, connection, if this is what Dr. Butts wants to submit as his goals, I'm prepared to give feedback on that.
Was that a motion? Because I would support it.
Okay, so Trustee Gavin, are you asking to amend the agenda to allow for the vote to accept the goals?
Yes.
Okay, So a motion has been made. We still have, give me a second. A motion has been made by trustee Gavin to amend the agenda to allow for a vote to accept the superintendent goals as submitted. The motion has been made. Are you supporting the amendment, Treasurer Creighton?
Absolutely.
Okay. Secretary Triplett, did you have a comment, question, comments, concerns?
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that I have no problem with the goals that were submitted. However, where I had the problem with is there was nothing written on how. How are you going to do these things? What are you doing? This is the things that we need. Those give us the measurable. Those give us an opportunity to say, this is how I am going to increase student achievement by 1%. These are the things that will be happening. So when we go through and we look, because it would be irresponsible for us to say, okay, you just submitted some goals, but how are we going to evaluate it? He needs to tell us specifically, how is he going to increase student attendance? He's doing some things, they're doing some things that they put in place. Then that needs to be in the goal. And so when we get ready to evaluate and measure the goal, if he says that my student services director, along in partnership with the principals, will do so and so, so there will be so many needs. We have something that we can measure right now. Just to have a blanket, that's going to be the goal, to increase student achievement. How are we going to evaluate that? That's what I was saying. Absolutely nothing to do with the goals, but the thing that's missing on the goals is the how, so that we can honestly, without opinion, but with fact, say this was done, this was done, this was done. How are we going to improve student achievement? This was done, this was done, this was done. And that's what we would have. So that's what I was talking about. Absolutely, it's his goal. But we have to know the how.
Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote for the amendment of the agenda?
To
amend the agenda so we can take the vote. There's no actual vote on the agenda. I have a second from Treasurer Creighton.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowen,
No.
Secretary Triplett, no. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
This is the amendment to allow for the acceptance. So if you're,
Whether we can accept his goals as they are.
you have, we have, right now, there is no resolution on the floor. There was no vote on the agenda. Right now, this is to amend the agenda to allow for the vote. So where it stands is myself and Creighton have said yes. So far, Bowens and Triplett have said no. So you're determining whether you want to amend the agenda to allow for the vote on acceptance of the goals.
To accept the goals.
This is to amend the agenda so we can take a vote. So if you want to accept the goals as they stand, then you would want to vote yes to amend the agenda. If that's not something that you want to do, then you would not, then you wouldn't be amending. Okay. I think you have to call Trustee Gavin.
Trustee Gavin, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, is there a motion on the floor for acceptance of the superintendent goals presented?
I move to accept the superintendent's goals as presented.
Is there a second or
I
support?
second.
The motion has been made by Trustee Gavin and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. I know we've had a bit of conversation. However, the floor is open. If there's no comments, we can proceed with the vote.
Madam President,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett states great fact, the who, what, when, how. And if we're accepting the goals, and we just a few minutes ago were expecting him to come to our board retreat to vote on, to present something, and now we're approving this. But Trustee Triplett just stated a great fact, increasing student attendance and everything of that nature. And hear me out, we are not supposed to be guiding the superintendent on his goals or what he's wanting to do, but I do think the superintendent needs a little bit more, as Secretary Triplett stated, to add some more meat to the skeleton. And I just don't think we would be. That's it.
Dr. Bus, are you comfortable with the goals presented?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Okay.
If there's no other comments, Secretary Triplett, can you please call the?
I'm sorry, I
Oh,
do have my hand.
Treasurer
up.
Craig.
Yes, just wanted to make a comment. Thank you. Definitely, you know, as I read through the minutes, and I've been reading all of the minutes, since June in my absence, the board conducts business and takes action through board vote. And right now, if you read the minutes, it's going to look like we're giving resilience versus coaching and guidance and governance. And so I am in support of, if Dr. Bus feels that his goals are ready, then we have to move forward, because we're not giving him resilience. I'm sorry, we're not giving him resistance because of us not supporting his goals, but was trying to provide some guidance. So if he is comfortable and it made it to the agenda, and it's been on the agenda and month after month, he is comfortable, I definitely think we need to move forward. And it be up to him. I'm gonna give you some grace because I just started. But we're gonna leave it up to him to determine if he's comfortable, then I'm comfortable.
All right, Secretary Triplett,
President Robinson.
Trustee Gavin.
Yeah, I just want to indicate that, do I agree with, do I agree with the goals? No, I would love for them to be more assertive goals. But these are his goals. I think it's time to accept them so that we can measure him on these goals, give him feedback on these goals, tell him how we feel about these goals, right? He has indicated that, he's gonna increase NWEA scores, K-12, 24-25 school year, increase student performance at this part of our vision and mission statement, and to meet the tenets of our partnership agreement. He has, how he's gonna measure that. Yes, I would love for it to be higher than 1% at the superintendent level. Yes, it could be 1% at the partnership agreement level with the state. But I would think that we would have higher goals for ourselves, right? To surpass what the state is requiring. But that's his choice, right? I think it's time to go ahead and give some feedback so we can move forward on that. Those are my thoughts.
All right, Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowen,
No.
Secretary Triplett, no. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carries, Madam President.
All right, so we're gonna proceed. I know that we would like, I am very familiar with Dr. Butts, and I can identify that he's kind of set goals that he's already in position to meet, just based on some of the data that he provided from what that Director Kupch provided from the partnership agreement update. So I look forward to you giving us insight on where you kind of stand with the goals. So I know that we have some retreat dates that are coming up. I know that this is information that you've been working on, even though we had not accepted or actually voted them in. So when we have our retreat, which I'm hoping we can confirm the date, you can just kind of let us know where you are with those things. Most of which, of course, you've given us in the partnership agreement update. But I also know that Director Nichols has been doing some amazing work with attendance. I've seen on social media some of the different strategies and marketing we're using to increase attendance and things of that nature. So if you could plan to give us kind of where you stand and the things that you've been working on, that would be awesome, but we can kind of discuss that moving forward. I am concerned with the time. It is now 9:22. I just want to make sure that the board is still able to proceed with the remainder of the agenda. It is getting kind of late. We could choose to cut everything other than what requires a vote. I would ask that we maintain board retreat and of course, open public comment, but if you all would like to just proceed with the full agenda as it stands, we can get through it. It's now 9:23. So what is the will of the board? Do we want to amend for the sake of time or do we want to push through?
Madam President,
Okay, so Secretary Triplett has said push through. What is
I
your,
say,
what is yours? Amend.
amend everything that doesn't require a
Okay.
vote. I mean, just keep what requires a vote or.
Vice President
agenda.
Bowen.
I would say let's do if the a consent on HR facilities.
You're trying to do one vote?
Yes,
Absolutely not.
I don't know that you would have support for that. Possibly Raquel might ride with you.
yeah.
So my recommendation, and this is just a recommendation, of course, I'm only one vote, would be that we amend to maintain staff report T1. Wait, hold on, let me get my actual agenda.
You didn't
out.
call on me. I know I'm far away, but.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to ask, is there anything that's time sensitive?
Yeah, so that's what I was getting ready to go through. So the field trip request, I believe that's time sensitive. Okay. There are some hires and of course the staff separation. So those are those HRs. And I believe they were wanting to, we always have to do the financials. They were wanting to, you were wanting to pursue the Verkada vote tonight, Dr. Butts.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the vote about the doors, the security systems and things of that nature. So he was trying to get that.
Did the committee, did anybody review that already?
The facilities committee did.
I did not.
Finance, cause it's under finance.
Madam Chairman, I did not, I was not contacted or
No,
anything.
let me clarify for you. So you were sent it, Secretary Triplett, let's pause. You were sent an email with us.
The day before.
And then I also text you, it was a longer email thread. And then I text you that day to make sure that you were getting on. So I understand, I do not object that you were not present. But you were informed and I reminded you, but you were unable to make it due to work.
Is it time sensitive though?
It's not it's not something that's absolutely required right now, but Dr. Buss was really trying to work to secure the building. So I have no objection if that's not included in the recommendation. So if we could, cause we kind of going all over the place and we'll be
I
there
would like to
5
make a motion
minutes.
if that's okay with you.
Go ahead.
All right. So let's make a motion to amend the agenda to keep staff report C1, right? H1 through 3. I think a student services update with all of the things going on will be definitely needed. The retreat and then public comments and adjournment.
That's a field trip request. And
Oh, I'm sorry, in the field trip request. I don't see that.
She did say T1.
Oh, yeah, that was T1.
Okay. So Treasurer Creighton currently.
H1, H2, H3. The student service update for the student code of conduct. I know that was mentioned. The board business, public comment, and then adjournment.
And
Okay.
The superintendent's announcements.
I would,
Just
yeah.
to thank the people.
That's my motion.
To thank the people that gave.
Okay, so her motion she's trying to clarify for you. I don't think you hear that. She's not including the announcements in her motion. So currently the motion that's on the floor is to amend the agenda to include only staff report T1, H1, H2, H3,
we need
and the
public
student
comment.
support update, board retreat, and
Superintendent.
board member announcements and comments,
That's
and adjournment. Correct?
not what she said. That's not what Treasurer Creighton said.
Okay, Treasurer Creighton, can you, could probably hear a little bit better if everyone could not keep trying to add to what,
So
she's
there is a
saying.
spot for comment under adjournment, so we don't need 2 comments. We get a comment under adjournment.
Okay, so can you repeat what your motion is so I can start as well? Say it again for me. So which reports are we keeping?
T1,
Mhm.
H1, H2, H3. Student service update, student code of conduct. Whole business, public comment, and adjournment. Adjournment automatically includes a board comment.
So Vice President Bowens, I was correct. Okay, is there a second or support?
What? Oh, second.
All right, the motion has been made by Treasurer Creighton and supported by Vice President Bowens. Questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, Secretary.
You gotta look up.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
I'll defer.
Yeah, I can get with this. I'm just, driver's education, that RFP update is important. I would like to know what's going on with that and how we can help expedite that process. If Treasurer Creighton is willing to add that, I can support this motion.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes, and where to grants, I would like to add that just to thank the people that supplied the grants to the school, to acknowledge their giving to the 3 schools that received them.
So there's a motion on the floor. Treasurer Creighton, do you want to amend your motion?
I would like to amend it to the driver's ed RFP update. I think any other announcements can be made during adjournment comments or anywhere else in student service updates. I don't feel like we need to nitpick and keep just, oh, let's add this one little thing. It's an announcement. It's not a staff report. And I think we agreed that we were gonna do that, so.
All right, Vice President Bowens, do you support the amendment to her motion?
Yeah, what was amended?
She's just including the driver's ed update. Yes,
So, yeah.
all right. Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote?
President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bowens,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right. Okay, so we are at staff report T1. President Robinson is back to a 20. I'm gonna ask that Director Cupsh, if you could please present to us staff report T1.
Subject, out-of-state field trip approval, date October 8th, 2024. Reason for board approval, the board shall approve field trips and other district-sponsored trips which are planned to keep students out of the district overnight or longer or out of the state. Facts and analysis, Benton Harbor High School is requesting permission to take construction trade students to visit active construction sites at University of Notre Dame in South Bend, Indiana. This is a career exploration related trip that will be led by Tony Pilato, Senior Director of Construction and Quality Assurance from the University of Notre Dame. The trip is scheduled for November 6, 2024. This trip will accommodate an estimated 60 students. It is estimated that there will be 2 chaperones. This trip will be funded by 61A funding. Policy reference, policy 2340 field and other district sponsored trips. Strategic plan reference, learning environment. Benton Harbor area schools will develop, maintain and implement with fidelity a multi-tiered system of support that enhances the culture and learning environment. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education vote to approve the field trip to the University of Notre Dame as presented.
All right, is there a motion to approve staff report T1?
Madam President, I make a motion to approve staff report T1.
The motion has been
second the
made
motion.
by Vice President Bowens and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Any questions, comments, or concerns from the
I
board?
have a question.
You have the floor.
61A.
A is the added cost funding that is distributed to CTE programs throughout the state based on the number of enrollments and their performance the previous year.
Any other questions from the board?
61A. So how much is in that? I've just never heard of 61A. Is that something new or is it?
Is it the 51A or there's a difference?
It's different than 31A and 61A. Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
it's 31A. Okay.
I was making sure it was an error because I don't remember us ever reporting on that. Is that in the finance report? So I don't have to ask another question. Oh,
How am I going? Is it on now? I'm sorry about that, Treasurer Creighton, but no, it's not in the finance report. It is a CTE, it's a CTE grant that we have in conjunction with Barry and Risa. So
it's not in the finance report. It's kind of something that we get just based on expenditures only. And then it's reimbursed at the end of the school year. So it's not in the budget at this time.
So is this something we'll need to accept or are we good? Did you guys check on it? Cause I just haven't.
It's automatic. We have to accept it once we submit our budget, but it's something that's automatically given to us. And we
Okay.
don't have to technically like apply for.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no other questions, Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote for staff report T1?
President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bowen,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes, Treasurer Creighton.
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin. Trustee Gavin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, next on the agenda, we have Human Resources. Mr. McDermott, Director McDermott, if you could please proceed with staff report H1.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Isn't that a shame? It's nighttime. You accurate.
Good
It's
evening.
night.
Good evening, everyone watching online and those with us still. Staff report H1, reason for board consideration. A list of employees whose employment relationship with the district is or will be separated is submitted to the board each month. Facts and analysis, it is recommended that the Board of Education vote to accept the separation of employment of the following staff. Policy reference 3140 and 4140, resignation of professional and support staff. Strategic plan goal reference, personnel leadership. Benton Harbor Area Schools will recruit, hire, develop, and retain the best staff to improve student outcomes. So separation of employment, we have Paul Steinemits from the position of library media specialist from central office, followed by Emily Fain, paraprofessional academic from MLK Junior, Cameron Washington, paraprofessional academic from FPE, Mikhail Robinson, paraprofessional academic from FPE. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to accept the separation of employment of the aforementioned staff.
Is there a motion to approve staff report H1?
Madam President,
You have the floor.
I make a motion to approve staff report H1 with the correction that we did receive some of these exit surveys.
That form has been updated electronically, probably not
Okay.
reflecting the board packet. I think that hasn't been reprinted to reflect the updates.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're making the motion to
Yeah,
approve, okay.
So I make a motion to approve with staff report H1. So
Is there a second or support?
Second.
The motion has been made by trustee Bowens and supported by trustee Rocket Martin. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
I do have a question. It says Paul Steinmetz, library specialist from Central Administration. Y'all got a library up there with a librarian on Central Administration?
No, that position is a central office position because it's district wide. So that position is not housed, or I should say, does not report to one specific building. That position specific reports to the Director of Academics.
Okay, I thought you all had a library up there now with a librarian. Thank you so very much for the clarification.
No problem, sir.
I have a question.
You have the floor.
So I noticed on the next staff report that we're replacing, or I shouldn't say replacing, but we're hiring some paraprofessionals for special education. Are these at the same building? So are there other vacancies? Are these are they interchangeable, or will we then have to now post and fill these positions?
Yes, these are not interchangeable. We're privileged to hire some special education paraprofessionals. However, we also will need to hire for at least one or two of these academic paraprofessionals.
Okay, so if there's no other questions from, okay, trustee Gavin.
Just an observation, 3 paraprofessionals rolling out around the same time. I'm left wondering, what type of news were they given? Is it a coincidence? Did anything change in the role offerings? Or is it just a coincidence that all three paraprofessionals are leaving?
I will personally say it's a sad coincidence because we have not communicated any negative information that would trigger that. Two of the four names mentioned here did complete the survey. And I believe I sent that prior to our last scheduled work session. So I can reshare that with the committee, but two of them have shared their reasons for separation.
All right, Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote for staff report H1?
President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bowen.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, no. Treasurer Creighton.
No.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Trustee Gavin.
No.
What is that, 3 and 3?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Motion carried.
All right, next on the agenda, we have staff report H2.
Staff report H2, submitting for board consideration. To approve the employment of staff in accordance with the revised school code and other general laws of Michigan. Facts and analysis, it is recommended that the board approves the superintendent's recommendation for the hire of the following personnel. Policy reference 3120 and 4120, employment of professional and support staff. Strategic plan goal reference, personal leadership. Benton Harbor Area Schools will recruit, hire, develop, and retain the best staff to improve student outcomes. New hires, first we have Jessica Ray McFall for the position of HR coordinator and recruiter for central office. Then we have Mindy Nix, paraprofessional special education for Benton Harbor High School, followed by Anton Hines, teacher in training, special education at Discovery Enrichment Center. Corey Wright, paraprofessional special education at MLK Junior. Destiny Willis, paraprofessional special education at FPE. Recommended action that Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the employment of the aforementioned staff.
Is there a motion to approve staff report H2?
Madam President,
You have the floor.
I make a motion that we approve staff report H2. However, one of the ones we just voted on already in the beginning of the meeting.
So I caught that, but I wasn't sure if it was required to take this vote because it includes the building that the individual is being placed into, and I don't think the previous report noted that. So, Mr. McDermott.
Yeah, if I understand correctly, the vote that was taken earlier, because of the closed session required a vote. So I don't think this is a duplicate. I think if my understanding serves me correct, it's because of the natures around the closed session why there was a vote taken. Now we need to vote acceptance of approval of the hire for that candidate.
Okay.
Point of information, can we pull up the staff report
Which one?
that was voted on earlier?
So, the now therefore it be resolved is pursuant is indicating that we approve this person to proceed with the employment application process through EduStaff. It did not necessarily approve the hire.
Okay.
Perfect.
So, Madam President, I would like to make a motion that we approve staff report H2 as is.
All right. The motion has been made by Vice President Bowens. Is there a second or support?
Support.
Motion has been made by Vice President Bowens and supported by Trustee Gavin. Questions, comments, concerns?
Quick question, President
You
Robinson.
have the floor.
Thank you. Just a question in regards to the teacher in training position. Does this teacher in training position, I don't want to say guarantee, but does this person have a certain allotment of time to keep their position without losing it because they are a teacher in training? You understand what I'm saying? Do they have anything in writing that indicates they have X amount of years to get certified?
Yes, thank you. So for our teacher and training program, we've provided an updated website that kind of clarifies the two pathways we have. So we have a pathway for those who are coming in that want to pursue their master's. with our partnership with Western, or those who want to pursue just their endorsement with #Teach. Both of those institutions, or I should say partners, have a contract that they provide the candidate once the candidate agrees to join. Each of them have designations on the allotted time or expected time for them to successfully matriculate through each program. Our contract, standard contract, is stating that once they are upholding that agreement, their employment will continue with the district. Continue with the district, yeah. Until, for some strange reason, if they do not meet their agreed contract or agreed contract with those partners.
So there's a #Teach program outside of the district.
Correct.
So, okay, then I guess one more quick question is that program. I'm wondering like how we started requiring that they have a certain degree. Did the program allow for them to have associate's degrees? And then we made it more difficult for people to be able to be involved in the program?
No, the program actually required a bachelor's so that they can go through the process to take their MTTC exam. So
Can we take a brief, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm gonna just take a 5-minute recess.
What happened?
Recess. So I think at this point there was a question on the floor.
Yeah.
Trustee Gavin, can you remind us of the was it in?
My apologies.
Yeah, was someone answering it or were you still asking?
Yeah, I was just getting a quick answer. I was just wondering, I know that at one time we were accepting people with an associate's degree who were working on a bachelor's, and then we stopped that. So I was wondering, did we stop that on our level, or was that the program, wherever this program is originating from, did they stop that?
sure.
Does that question make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you for that. After evaluating, after interviewing our candidates and understanding where they stood and some maybe delays or hindrances in helping them navigate the process, it was found that in order for them to either start both pathways, a bachelor's was required. So we were able to hire individuals because they met the minimum qualifications of 60 college credits per MDE to proceed with the process. However, they were pursuing their bachelor's degree on their own, which we found for some was a roadblock. So to ensure that we are not putting people in a disadvantage or prolonging their time between joining a program and just employed with the district, we saw it fit that we are in line with both our partnership with Western and our partnership with #Teach, where a bachelor's is required so they can enter the program once they are hired.
Okay. Real quick, I remember when maybe it was the state of Michigan was recognizing that we had this huge teacher shortage, and so they were reducing the requirements. Do you know if there was any type of reduction in requirement that allow us to bring in people with an associate's degree working on a bachelor's to teach at any level, whether it be temporary certification or anything like that?
So that still stands. The state allows, once you have 60 college credits, you are able to be permitted. That's what they call a daily sub permit to work in the school system. However, once again, we did not want to continue down that path of hiring teachers in training where someone is on an associate's degree or 60 college credits and kind of put them in a potential disadvantage of not being able to enter a program, which was their goal to receive endorsement or a master's degree along with the endorsement, which is why we are moving away from that. However, 60 college credits is still the standard, but in regards to hiring individuals in the teacher and training program, we found it best that we do not continue down that path to have people kind of in this limbo that we've had, where people have been with the district for 3+ years, not able to secure their bachelor's to move on to the next step. I hope that answers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's no other questions for the board, from the board,
I have a question.
Treasurer Craig.
Yes, I think I asked earlier about the number of teachers that we have, because I don't see certified teachers being hired. So I just wanted, if we can get that clarity. And then, another point of clarity, I noticed that H3, there's an HR assistant that is moving or potentially moving. So will that job be included in a job that's listed under H2, or now will this be another vacancy and then we'll have to, it just seems like a lot of musical chairs. So are these jobs that are, like when you see a transfer like that and then you see a hiring, I'm just wondering, like, it looks like a pattern, but I know we're saying it's not a pattern, but from the parapros to the parapros and now the HR this to the HR that, I'm just wondering, is there a pattern or are these just always coincidences? Cause I know that last month it was another HR position that was moved or eliminated or something. So I'm just wondering.
Director McDermott?
Yes, unfortunately, I believe last month, the previous hire resigned. So that was what I believe everyone saw last month regarding the Human Resources Department. No human resources position has been eliminated. Now we have a candidate replacing or filling that position that was vacated last month. Yeah.
So which position, the recruiter or the assistant or the payrolls person? Cause it has been somebody has been moved because I see vacancies posted.
So thank you for that. So the position that we're looking at today was vacated last month, the HR coordinator and recruiter in H2. Yes, the payroll benefits specialist is posted. That has been vacant since 2023. We've had somebody providing service through EduStaff. Since then, they're no longer providing that service, and we're looking to fill that position.
Listen, I'm speaking English. I didn't come here for this. So again, I'm just wanted to be noted that there's a trend, whether you hired through EduStaff or you hired through Hunts across the street that's been closed. Either way, there's a trend in these positions in HR. The assistant, the coordinator, I have no problem with anyone being hired. I'm just wondering, there's an assistant on here that's now being transferred and the payroll person was eliminated. If that position has been posted and hard to fill for 1.5 years, like there has to be a trend or something going on that now all of these people are playing musical chairs. And I'm prepared to move forward, but let's speak English, people. Let's not play with words.
All right, Secretary Triplett, can you call the vote for H2, please? Sorry.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowen,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Abstain.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carried.
Staff report H3, Mr. McDermott?
Yes, President Robinson, staff report H3, submitting for board consideration to approve staff employment. In accordance with the revised school code and other general laws of Michigan. Facts and analysis, it is recommended that the board approves the superintendent's recommendation for the transfer of the following personnel. Policy reference 3130, 4130, assignment and transfer of personnel and support staff. Strategic plan goal reference, personal leadership. Benton Harbor Area Schools will recruit, hire, develop, and retain the best staff to improve student outcomes. Transfer, first we have Dawn Fredrickson from the position of math teacher at the high school to the position of instructional facilitator at Fairplay Middle School. Second, we have Ms. Kenesha Nichols, HR assistant, transferring from central office, transferring to the position of administrative assistants at Fairplay Middle School. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the employment of the aforementioned staff.
Is there a motion to approve staff report H3?
Madam President,
You have the floor.
I make a motion to approve staff report H3.
Second or support?
Support.
The motion has been made by Vice President Bowens and supported by trustee Rocket Martin. Questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report H3?
I cannot see the transfer for Ms. Frederickson. So she's being transferred from a math teacher at Ben Harbor High School to what position?
Instructional facilitator.
Okay, so now for me, when the report was just read that our high school had math, and math, as a matter of fact, they went down. We do not have math teachers. And you all are asking us to take a teacher from this high school, a skilled math teacher, and put her back into a role of instructional facilitator. I don't understand it. I don't understand that we don't have math teachers at that high school. And she is a certified math teacher. So I don't understand that. I cannot support it. It is almost like setting up the high school. They will go down when they don't have any math teachers. She's a math teacher. So what do you need to facilitate what? Ain't nobody to facilitate. A certified math teacher. This high school does not have certified math teachers. I just need some understanding. This need to make sense to me. And I'm very concerned with what Ms. Cups just read about the data at the high school for math as it relates to the partnership agreement. So I know that this lady has been a math teacher before and has worked in our Renaissance program as one of our top math teachers in this district. I just don't understand what this is about. Can somebody explain?
Vice President Bowens.
So I'm glad you brought that up, Treasury Secretary Triplett, because in our HR committee, we had those same concerns. And she applied for that position and they said that she was the top interviewee for it. So that's where we were, we asked that question about that with the shortage of teachers and she applied for it. So that's where we were. I understand your sentiments.
And again, we have certified teachers in these instructional, quote unquote, whatever it is that they're doing. The growth is only 1%. Everything that was presented to us tonight, that the growth is only 1%. How do you expect our students to grow? And they don't have qualified certified teachers in there. And how many people actually apply for that position? I mean, you don't need that information, but I'm just saying, to me, it doesn't make any sense. We do not have math teachers. That is not right. It's not.
All right, any other questions regarding H3? If there,
I have a comment.
so we'll go Creighton and then Gavin.
Yeah, and again, I love, it's nothing. I'm not understanding. The last meeting that I was at, people were fighting to move this person. And now it's just like musical chairs. Is dysfunction, is unprofessional, it's mismanagement. I'm just throwing some words out there like that comes to mind because I don't understand. I just don't understand how are we just constantly in limbo and shuffling and like, where's the balance? Where's the consistency? How can we evaluate people if we're constantly playing musical chairs and whoever don't get the seat, we just don't put them out the game. We just put them somewhere else. Like something has to give, something has to change. I don't know how we're in alignment with our strategic plan and our partnership agreement when we're doing a lot of these things.
We'll go.
I just wanted to add, President Robinson.
You have the floor.
Thank you. As Vice President Bowens mentioned, he spoke very strong and questioned this same topic. Off the top of my head, I can't remember how many candidates actually applied, but I can say we've had, for this position specifically, 4 internal candidates. So I must say, it's this name today, but it could have been another internal candidate. So I hear the sentiments, but I just want to let everybody know we had a few internal candidates. This candidate presented today was the lead candidate. The second and third were also internal candidates. So HR is not trying to create vacancies or holes in our progress for our students. However, human resources also not trying to restrict employees from advancing if there is opportunity to advance.
So you're saying that this is an advance?
Secretary Triplett, I would ask that you not. Right now, I believe it was trustee Gavin. Did you already have an opportunity for your question?
Thank you so much. My voice just shut down. Is this the person that was the data? What was it? What was the position? Data something?
I believe it was data coach.
So the data coach, that's the person who helps with standardized testing, is that correct?
I think that role did a lot, and I don't want to focus on one specific, but I think that position did a lot. I can't remember all the details around that position.
Is this something that Director Kupch can help with? Is the data coach the person who who helps with, prepares for standardized testing?
In the time that I've been in this role, our SIS specialist has also worked in the role of the data coach and the district testing coordinator prior to my role. This current role, when I was CTE director, I don't know.
Not sure. Okay, so yeah, so I'm thinking we had this position that was called data coach, and I assume that we wanted to make data-driven decisions and that position was important. And then they were moved to a teaching position, and now instructional facilitator within less than 365 days, I'm guessing. I'm not against anybody getting a promotion. I guess I'm just confused as to why they were moved from the position that they were in the first place if the teaching position was expendable, right? Like if we are okay with leaving that role vacant, why did we move her in the first place if that's what she was doing?
I'm going to defer to the superintendent because going back to the original move, I'm not 100% sure on what the factors were around the original move.
On the original move, we were right sizing, we were starting the right sizing conversation. So that's when the SIS person took over those roles, which was entering sketches, pulling together data from all the district tests that were being administered. It was data from different coaches, data from different tests, and also helping to set up those tests so that the SIS director was doing some of those duties. So we transfer all those duties to her. So, and there was a math opening at the high school where I saw best fit. That's when I assigned Ms. Fredrickson to the math position at the high school to help cover that gap.
So do we have a math teacher to cover that gap, or are we gonna move a music teacher into the math class?
Well, that math position will be posted. Again, she applied for that position and became the top candidate. So that position will be posted.
So I'm not going to stop anybody from getting a promotion. I understand that if they were in a position outside of the class and they don't want to be in the classroom, they don't want to be there. And if we don't allow them the upward mobility that they've, that they had, and you demoting people, you're gonna lose them anyway. So that, I would support this, although I don't know why in the heck we moved her in the first place. That's my problem, is the move in the first place. But I would support, if somebody applies for a position, I'm not gonna block that. So.
Okay, at this time, Secretary Triplett, please call the vote for staff report H3.
Can we get any answers to our questions though? Like, for real?
what is the question that has not been answered at this point?
I mean, it's not been an answer because again, when are we going to put students first? Like now we're gonna take a student away from their math teacher and leave a vacancy to allow an adult who's had a great career in this district. Like, where is the compromise? Like, we're gonna create an immediate vacancy, or can we wait until we get a person to fill it? I mean, that's not fair to the students, to the principal, to anyone. Like, how is that fair? Like, I don't understand that. I mean, I understand that teachers at the school might need the support, but let's be clear. Like, the same playbook, different players. We have to think about this. So then we're gonna get to the point at the end of the year, and then we're gonna say, well, students didn't have adequate teaching staff, and so we're gonna let them test out. We're gonna make this class virtual. Come on, people. Let's be real, seriously. And again, I love this person, but we had to, and on the vacancies that was presented to the board, the move has already been made. On the official document, that person is already showing up as a Fairpoint Middle School employee. So is that person a high school employee as of today, or is that person at the middle school? And see, sometimes we don't respect the information that we're being presented because we don't think people are reading it, but I read.
Vice President Bowen.
Would we be putting ourselves at a liability legally if we were not to move at this? Because it has now been public. She applied for it. Would it put the district at a liability or for suit?
Ran up with the rest of them.
I don't know. Are you saying if we reject a hire being recommended by the superintendent that the staff apply for?
Like, she applied for the job. She got approved for it. She was told, she was the top pick.
Well, the complication of it is I do respect Treasurer Creighton's recommendation that we wait until we found a person to fill the position. The difficulty would be that we cannot technically post a math position for this particular role until the person has been moved out of it. I don't believe that we could post a position that's open that hasn't been voted to be open.
It's already vacancies. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's a vacancy or if it's not, because the person has already been moved and it's already showing a vacant math spot. Like, I don't understand, or was it just cleared? Because all the math positions now, right now in real time, are showing up vacant. So we don't have any certified or any math teachers in position.
I mean, really, guys.
We don't have, I
Okay,
mean, I'm
so
asking.
Board of Education, I'm gonna ask respectfully, it's 10 o'clock. I'm the only person that can give people the opportunity to speak at the table. So if it's anyone in the room, whether at the table or not, that cannot prevent themselves from talking at this time because I'm the only one that has the floor, I would ask that you exit the room respectfully, because it's 10 o'clock. We have business to do. And so most of us are unaware of what the side conversations are even pertaining to, but they are now a distraction to the meeting. So if there's anyone that is currently in the meeting that does not have the ability to be silent unless they have been given the floor, I would ask that you respectfully exit, because we need to get finished. So there was a question as to whether this is posted as a vacancy on the current vacancy report. I would ask, is that report reflective of what you were bringing before the board, or what is the clarification on that? Because the next thing I'm gonna do is call for the vote.
So there is a live document that we have, I think I shared with the board for our updates on vacancies. This is not posted to the public. With believing that the board will vote, we were making moves on this spreadsheet. Those individuals' names that were presented tonight are all highlighted in yellow. That's just what is being shared. It's not communicated to anybody else. This is us trying to keep track of movement of staff. So nothing has been posted publicly for a vacancy as of this time.
Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote for staff report H3?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowen.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, no. Treasurer Creighton,
No.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, next on the agenda, we have the Student Support Services Update Director Nichols, and then after that, you can kind of merge in the Student Code of Conduct into that same presentation. I don't have to give you the floor to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Excuse me. I just want to share, I know, just following up from the September 12th incident at the high school, just some supports that was provided on that Monday, September 16th. We did have our crisis team at this high school. On the 16th, we had two of our social workers in the district, one Barry and Risa social worker and a volunteer social worker from Barry and Risa. We did provide that to support our students and staff. And no one attended that session. So just giving you all that update. The next thing is the upcoming family community engagement events. Fairplain East, they just had today their pastries with parents. I heard that was a awesome turnout. Can we share?
Yeah, I was trying to see if we
Okay,
could
thank you.
keep the,
I believe in your packet, you probably have the old one, but I wanted to update. There we are. Thank you. Fairplain Middle, October 10th, from 5:30 to 7:30, All Things Add Up. That is their parent family engagement event. At DEC, October 16th, from 5:30 to 7. There's the finger painting with Principal Patterson. And at the high school, October 16th, from 11:30 to 1:30, the University of Michigan will visit. And that's the college conversations with students and parents. And then MLK, October 23rd, from 5 to 6:30 p.m., the family math night. So that's just an update there. And then if we can go into our attendance, I want to bring to you all some updates around the attendance that is happening. So I'll start with DEC. So just to explain this, what you're seeing as far as the chart, that's the transfers of students that have transferred out of the district. So I wanted to give you all a huge picture of what's happening in our district right now. So if you look at DEC, 21 students is unknown that have transferred out of the district. And the unknowns, a lot of times what we are finding when we do the home visits, a lot of times the parents do not want to share where they're going. But if we do find out, we will be able to get that information back to our registrar, Mrs. Matthews. As you can see, so a total of 28 students transferred out of DEC. One was relocated out of the state, 6 enrolled in another Michigan public schools. I did want to share our building count as of today at that school is 85 students. And then just sharing students number that was present on count day. Now, mind you that these numbers are going to look a little different later on because we have what is called FTEs, which happens, our registrar will do a 30-day count. So at the 10 days, she'll do a 30-day count. So just so you know that number, that would change. The next school, MLK, we had a total of 70 students that transferred out of our district. I just want you to be aware that 50 of these students enrolled in another public school in Michigan. 6 relocated out of the state and 2 registered in a non-public school and 12 unknown. Again, with the unknowns, we do not like unknowns. However, I do know with our attendance campaign, we are doing the home visits and we're trying to get that information, but is what coming back to us is that parents are not sharing that information with us. At Fairplain East, we had a total of 32 students that transferred out of the district. 19 enrolled in another public schools in Michigan, 4 relocated out of state, 1 attended a non-public school, and then 8 unknown. That building total as of today is 151. And the number that was present on count day was 142 students. I want to add, as we look at our numbers that we have actually enrolled in our district, we had a high number of students present on our count day. And I will say that our buildings did an awesome job in promoting count day and getting our students in school. And also we do have our new truancy prevention specialist who has been working with the MTSS specialists and building attendance teams. So I would like to say, good job, well done. Next building, Fair Plain Middle. We've had 48 students transfer out of district. 27 students enrolled in a public school in Michigan, 10 relocated out of state, 11 unknown. Building count is 243 students. Number of students that was present on count day is 227. And then moving on to Cape, we've had 8 students transfer out, 4 enrolled in another school district in Michigan and 4 unknown. But on today, building total is 60 and present on count day 55. And then our high school numbers, 35 students enrolled in another school district in Michigan, 10 relocated out of state, 2 enrolled in a non-public school in Michigan, and 1 in Job Corps. 2 are listed as dropped out. That information would have came from when we did home visits and the parent stated to us that they was no longer attending school. So that's how we receive that information. We do try to promote the students to come to school, but we can do all we can, but it's up to them to want to attend. And at that building, 14 unknown. The building total as of today is 480 and present on count day was 420. Our total numbers that we have for all of our buildings, when we look at our numbers of transferred out, of course, it's a lot of students transferring out of our district. We had 250 students transfer out of our district total. 141 students enrolled in another public school in Michigan. 5 enrolled in a non-public school in Michigan. Again, there's that 1 Job Corps. 31 relocated out of state, and 70 unknown. The total building numbers as of today is 1,253 students, and the number of students present on count day was 1,134. Okay. I can move on to the student handbook. So in your packet, Dr. Butts wanted us to bring this for you so you can be able to look over. Some of the changes have already been made. There are the copy that you have right there is not the most recent current copy. Of course, we will be adding the new attendance policy in the packet. Sorry.
So I don't know, who are you talking to?
Oh.
You thought Dr. Bus said something to you?
I said cell phone policies.
Oh,
Cell
okay.
phone, I'm sorry, thank you. What did I say? Attendant, I'm sorry. It's on my brain, it's late. Thank you.
Okay, so I do see that it's noted in here, cell phones and electronic devices on page 13, and then there's a general notation of it, but you're saying the policy itself has not been inserted into the student conduct just yet? Or what exactly were we saying? I know, Dr. Buss, you mentioned that earlier, you were waiting for the vote. So the highlighted text, is this all that will be in there? Like, is this a reflection of what the student conduct? Or there will be the more?
It will be more. So that was the old version.
Gotcha,
We just-
okay. Okay, thank you. That was what I missed. Okay, so-
Can we get something that notes what year it is, or so we can know? Cause she's saying that other changes have been made, so are we, like, what's our role in this?
What I really want to do is present this, let you see that we did have something that we were putting out. Last year, we did not have anything that we put out, so what Ms. Nichols created during the summer was this revised student code of conduct. So if she has the year of the older one, we could provide that. I'll go back and look at the last time it was updated.
And so I guess I was just asking because she's saying that this is the old version and there's a new version. But then when you look at it, this is updated. So I'm just wondering, like, are we looking at this? Is there gonna be an electronic copy? Like, which one should we look at? Or are you not asking for feedback? This is just for information?
It was for information tonight, but we'll be sending out an electronic copy.
okay, so I want to try to get us through, the next item of business is old business. I sent out an email.
Ask questions on this?
We can, I just was trying to get us through, but go ahead, trustee Gavin, you have the floor.
I try to be quick. I love this graph. Thank you for that. I'm wondering if it's possible to include student teacher ratios on here. Is that something that's possible?
For me, oh, I'm sorry. You're
Yeah.
asking if I can, as far as,
Yeah, so like how we see, and it can be average, it doesn't have to be like every class, but is it possible to have? So like we know that there's 234 students at MLK and just wondering what's the student teacher ratio? How many kids are in a class on average for those teachers? Is that some data that, or should I just kind of look for something else, look for somewhere else?
I would defer to Dr. Butts on that because I have the student numbers. I'm not for sure of the staff data.
Director Cups, can you and Director McDermott, are you able to collaborate on providing a response? I'm not sure if you guys were in tune with trustee Gavin's question.
And I don't need the answer right now.
Just a
like
follow-up.
What the student to teacher ratio is, but I'm wondering, is it possible to have the student teacher ratio on, like, added to this data? The average student teacher ratio.
We could add it, and I know I sent it when President Robinson sent out for me to respond by October 4th, that student teacher ratio was on there as well, but we can do the average as well as, I know, I get what you're saying.
Okay.
I don't believe the student teacher ratio was on there. What I asked about specifically was the support staff,
Oh, okay.
security guards and things of that nature. So if you did put the student teacher ratio on there, I overlooked it because I was looking at the numbers for the support staff. So I'll go back and reference it.
I have a follow-up if possible.
You have trustee Gavin still.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, thanks. So just because I know that if we lost students, that might change, that student teacher ratio, just wondering what that is. And then you said that there were some supports to the students and staff after the kind of the traumatic situation. You said nobody used the services.
That is correct.
So I'm just wondering, like, how was it extended to them?
My understanding, it was sent to email and over the intercom, and then, yes, I believe that's how that, they were informed.
Okay, so they could just go to a room and get some support just for like counseling? Is that
Correct.
what?
Correct. So the sports, it was here in the library that day. Yes.
Okay, I guess what I'm wondering is because we have and this is super important, because we have these, for lack of a better word, beefs between students, right? That has to be kind of boiling up over time. You know, I'm wondering, like, do we have a support? So for example, I remember there was a guy back in the day who, you know, he would work with people in prisons, rival gangs, and, you know, give them an opportunity to come out having hashed out whatever was really going on with them, and they were able to amend those deep-seated disagreements, right? And so we have these fights and different things that's going on. Do we have any supports in place to help address the conflicts that keep arising? Like if these were big fights, do we have something in place, not the staff, because they're trying to deliver academics, right? Do we have anything in place to really get to the root of what's going on with our kids?
Yes, at each of our buildings, and if you're referring to the high school, they do have MTSS specialists, youth advocates, and they do provide restorative practice and circles with students.
Is there a caseload for all of those incidents that happen?
Do they have a clock?
At the buildings, they will track that information.
You're not sure?
No, I said at the buildings, they track that information.
I'm asking, like, is it happening?
Well, they would track it in Power School. So when you ask, is it happening? I do know that it has happened.
From the incident that happened a couple weeks ago is what I'm asking. Is there an ongoing caseload in which those students who were into it with rival students in a major way, is there a caseload in which there is adequate staff, adequate support to mend those disagreements between those conflicts between those groups of students?
So
You
I will
understand
have,
what I'm saying?
I do understand. So I will have to defer to Dr. Butts.
I'm sorry, could you repeat? I was looking at this. I was looking at this thing.
Is it?
No, I was looking at the thing.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask, based on the crickets in the room, can we just notate the question that trustee Gavin has asked and send a follow-up email with the answer? And trustee Gavin, I know you're very, very good at framing your questions, so can you send that via email to Dr. Butts?
I think Dr. Butts got it. Okay, yeah.
Okay,
I was looking at this thing, and then I saw Miss Miranda.
and then we're gonna,
Her husband, so I'm not asleep. I'm sitting here, but I was just looking at my.
so, and I am going to notate in the observation from the public, we have an administrator that said yes.
Okay, yeah.
Is the answer to your
I just
question.
want to make sure they have adequate support to squash that, like at the root of it. That's what I'm saying. Okay, thank you.
Treasurer Creighton, did you still have you had a follow-up
Absolutely.
to something?
I do,
You
and I
have the
don't want
floor.
to be looking, I want to be listening this time. All right, so my question is, so I noticed that, you know, I was the one that asked, I had a lot of questions, but just for sake of time, the major question is the student enrollment, because I do follow the money. And so I'm just wondering, when I look at this, you know, it's looking like we lost 250 students, but then maybe we possibly gained some back. Like, what is the estimated cost that our budget? So I guess I'm wondering, like, what were we anticipating versus what we have, so that we can look at how many students did we actually lose? And that should be something that someone is prepared to answer tonight. I also noticed that our count is at 420 at the high school. And I heard Ms. Gavin ask about the student teacher ratio. That was provided only for the high school. And we said that we have 70 students. And so it does bother me from a finance, a HR, administrative, from every department. Everyone should be well versed in knowing the enrollment and the student count and the teacher need and count. And that needs to be a conversation. I notice you guys have meetings. And so I'm just wondering, like, how do we sustain a building with 70 employees and 420 students? Like, we have to really think about, like, what, this is my work. You know, the other stuff that we talk about, you know, that's admin work, but my work is this. And I think oftentimes at this table, we get caught up in, you know, people saying, oh, don't micromanage us. But if the stuff is presented to us, then we don't have to micromanage. We can macromanage. But right now, from just a governance oversight and accountability standpoint, how do we feel comfortable sitting and talking about anything besides student learning and student count? Because the students are learning, then obviously something is pushing people out. Whether it's safety, which is what we're talking about now, it's something. And so I'm just wondering, is anyone else alarmed? Because with my rough math, I know it's like over 2 million, but obviously looking at it and understanding it's more that goes into it. It might be like 1 million, but I think a millicent is too much. So, like, do we have a plan? Are we looking at it? Are we gonna just keep filling positions because we say that they're vacant? You know, right sizing should have never come off the table. Understand that whether it's voted or not, you have to keep moving. No one said that you can't make the adjustments. It is part of your responsibility, part of finances responsibility to make sure that you have a balanced budget. I know that we were in a negative 4 million anticipated. So I'm just wondering, are we, like, where are we now? And I did ask that question in the email. So I'm just wondering, like, what's up? And this is my work, and I would like this answer tonight.
Okay, and I thought I was answering it for you today when I was emailing back. So at first, we had lost the amount of 160 students, which would have equated somewhere in the range of about $1.5 million. We've gained 100 back from my rough math today, which is about, was it from?
So you said of these 250, you gained 150 of them back, or you, so how many?
Hold on, let me.
So you down only 46, 60, 40, how many?
Hold on, let me go back. It was about 50.
180.
It's that present on count day. That's all you get money for.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, I'm gonna jump back in. We're becoming a little bit too conversational, so I'm gonna ask that we allow Dr. Butts to provide a response to Treasurer Creighton's question, and everyone else at the table cease talking.
So when we, on count day, we had 1,134 that was on here on count day. As of today, we had 1,253 total enrolled in the district. So with count day, that's the beginning of, we have until October 30th to have a true count. So when I'm looking at
What was
this,
the last count, sir? I'm asking. So like from count day to count day, from the last count day, how many did we count?
1294.
So 1294.
Mm-hmm.
So from the last count day it was 1294, and from this count day, it's 1134. Right, so that's 160.
Right, it's 160,
Okay.
1.5 million.
All right,
Right, 160, 1.5 million,
okay, all right. So 160, 1.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at being a negative 6 million almost.
Right.
Okay.
But Dr. Bus, your clarification that you're saying that we're at 1253, we
We're at
have until
12,
October
right, so we-
30th, so that, does that mean that it's not gonna be that amount of reduction, or am I not understanding what
We
you're?
gained 119 back, so it won't
But for
be,
you to say that you verified that 250 transferred out, like, you gotta still make the data make sense. I understand that we're being optimistic, and I'm optimistic too, but I'm saying, like, it still gotta make sense. So do we look at hypotheticals? Do we look at count day to count day? In the past, we've looked at, I think, count day to count day. Is that correct? Yes. So we have to go from count day to count day.
right,
We can't look at what we haven't done. We heard that we're working on a plan to clean up truancy. We know that, but Again, we speak English here and we
Right.
go from count day to count day, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay,
So
I don't think,
160 is where we
okay,
got.
so, but I guess maybe I'm not understanding because he was saying something about the 30th, you have until the 30th of October, and isn't that total up until that date
It's-
included in the count?
That will be included in the count up to October 30th. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So when you say,
Secretary Triplett,
I'm sorry, when you're doing the count, on the count day is the actual, they take the count day of the students who actually reported to school on that day. It may have been an additional, from what I'm gathering, I thought it was my understanding that they had 1,253 students, or they had, that they have 10 days, a certain amount of days. Some of the kids have attended school already, but they weren't there on count day. The school, each individual school has a window
right,
to go and find out where those students are. So with the report that was given, that excluded the ones that transferred in the state, going to private school, being taught at the house and all of that stuff. All of them are already out. But there's a certain amount of numbers, like in my classroom, I had 30 students, but 24 came on count day.
Yeah,
I had-
I don't need, I'm not asking, that wasn't my
I would
question. was
allow,
from a
I would
financial-
ask that you allow him to finish.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He was looking at me, so I was
Yeah,
like,
no, I'm
yeah.
just saying, so when we get the final count, and I'm just happy to have a count this quick. I'm just happy to have this information at the board table, that you were able to even pull that information together. Because it was almost like it was a mystery in the past. You know, to get the official count of students that we actually have. And so I do understand, because it's for me, and I'm going to stop right there. And let you go ahead and finish what it is, because my concern is last year, a loss of 200 and some students. This year, a loss of 200 and some students. So that's 500 students. We're losing too many students. And these students are going to schools around here. We got, I've been looking at the data. We have students that are going to Bridge. Bridge has almost 100 and some odd students, and majority of them are out. And so we kick it with our competition. We sit up in here and grin with our competition like they cool. Anybody up there, I know I can only speak for myself. I'm not stupid. And nobody in here got me fooled about how they feel about what it is that's going on. Because it's not just happening like that. It really is not just happening like that from the inside out. So I'm clear on it. We will have our final count of, I'm glad that we have at least 480 students that have shown up at Ben Harbor High School. Now we got to make sure that they get in that building and become counted for. And we got to also make sure that when students, when they get through with their count day and they pick and choose who they want and send those students back, that money comes back with them. These are the things that we slip up on. People get offended when we sit at this table and ask questions and take everything personal. It ain't your personal because it's not yours. It's not yours. All this belongs to our community. And that's what I stand with.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to move the agenda forward. We're at board retreat. So as you all are aware, I sent out an email with some noted dates for our retreat. The reason that this is extremely important is because we were referencing the partnership agreement checkpoint and what the expectations are. And so I want to remind the board that one of those expectations were trainings that required the full board. 2 were required by within our partnership agreement expectation guidelines. And so I would like for us to, there's 2 that are required prior to the benchmark. I would prefer that it not be noted that the Board of Education did not meet, that we did not, that is one of the checkpoints that we did not meet. Out of the information that I received, I believe Trustee Gavin indicated that Saturdays are not her preference. Trustee Doyle said she was not available on the 12th, which is of course why I did not notate that day, because there was a clear notation that she was not available. I am wanting to do the Saturdays because I think it would be kind of difficult to do evening days, not knowing how long the training may go into the night, things of that nature. So I am asking if it is feasible, if you all could try to make the adjustments in your schedule to allow for us to do our two trainings on October 19th. And was Saturday, October 19th, and Saturday, November the 2nd. If you all can at all, please make that work, because if they have to do their conference on the 4th, my goal is that they would be able to report on the 4th that we have completed those trainings as well.
I don't have any Saturdays available.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to come back. Yeah, each time I try to come up with the solution and then I don't. So I'm kind of concerned that we're not gonna meet that mark. I'll just reach out to Gloria Chapman and kind of see what options are as far as the board.
So what would stop us from doing it during the week?
We could if there's a certain date that you guys can say that you're available, but I have to make sure that the trainer is available to travel down on an evening day as well. So, I mean, I can look at some Tuesdays or Wednesdays or something like that and try to get creative. I just thought that the Saturdays have always worked for us mostly.
I'm sorry, it's football season.
President Robinson,
Trustee Gavin.
you said there's something that needs to be turned in on November 4th.
So they were saying our deadline is, I believe, November 15th. That's the 18th checkpoint, or it's somewhere around there. But they mentioned earlier they have a conference on November 4th where they're going to be presenting the information as to the checkpoints and things of the district. So what I was hoping is that prior to November 4th, one of the updates that could be provided is that the board has satisfied those two trainings. I would like to notate that we did take a very amazing training. It just wasn't countable. So I will go back and get Ms. Macon's schedule for evenings in the month of October.
Okay, just what I was, I can do after the 4th. I can do after the 4th. So, yeah.
So I will go back.
Do a Saturday after the 4th. My Saturdays are filled through that point.
And so Ms. Macon, the only person.
If there is a.
She isn't, she's just the one that initiated the training with us, and then we had some follow-up out of that first training that we did not touch on, so I just wanted to do the second piece of that training.
Sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead.
If the deadline is not until, what did you say, November?
I think it's the 15th, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll circle back to Chapman, and make sure I have a full understanding on that. I just really, but we're gonna lock down a date. What I am asking the board is, once the date is locked down, if you do not communicate, if you know that you're unable to make it, please tell me so I do not schedule it. And once we set in stone that that's the date, I'm asking that everybody ensure that they're present and available so that we can do the training that we want to do, but that the training that we do can count towards the partnership agreement. And that's the only reason that all of us have to be present. None of us are afraid of trainings. We love trainings, but it does not count towards a partnership agreement unless we're all present. All right, next on the agenda is open public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to make a comment? Hearing none. Next, we have the superintendent announcements and comments. Dr. Buster Driver, Ed, RFP update.
Yes, ma'am. I put the RFP, driver's ed RFP out. We did not get a response, but I did call a couple of companies. They did not have enough time to put the information together, so I'll be reissuing that so that we can ensure that we get a response on the RFP for driver's ed.
Were you wanting to comment? I'm sorry.
No, I speak right here.
Okay. You are the only person here and you normally get right up when you're ready. So I'm just making sure I didn't overlook your desire to comment. Okay. Okay, continue, Dr. Butts.
So I will be resubmitting the RFP so that we can give the company some time to put the information together that they need.
So I'm sorry, he was saying that he put the RFP out and did not get responses. Is that correct?
That's correct. Put the RFP out, did not get a response. Called a couple of companies. They did not have enough time. They needed more time to put the information together, so I'll submit the RFP to give them more time so that we can get a response.
President Robinson?
You have the floor.
So may I ask, how much time did they have to respond to the RFP?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Is that the standard time to respond to an RFP?
It's typically the standard time, but I know one of the companies said they were extremely busy at this time of year and that they needed more time. So
Are all of our RFPs 2 weeks? I guess that's what she's asking, like, is
yes,
that,
that's the standard. That's us. Yes, ma'am. That's what I stated before. It's typically 2 weeks.
2 weeks, and a couple questions. If you're getting ready to put that RFP out, I guess I'm kind of confused in terms of the cost, because you said we have to, because trustee Rocket Martin wants the parents to pay for driver's ed, we then have to vote on that, on whether it's free to the students or not. Isn't it going to be a class?
Initially, it would have to start off as after school, because what I'm trying to do is get the company to train our staff so that we can eventually take it over. So it will start as an after school thing. Right now, as we have it budgeted, we can actually just put it as an after school and pay for it, and the district pay for it. Sustainability wise, we've got to look at the studies, we got to look at the numbers, we got to look at student enrollment. But for this first go around, it was included in ESSER 3s. So I had the RFP out before the 30th. We do have an extension, so I can put the RFP out, and in the ESSER 3s, the students are funded through ESSER 3s.
So I guess what my question is,
Yes, that's right.
so since you have this additional money, this is something that could actually attract our students back and could be an investment in them, their families, and increase our enrollment. Can we add this onto our next agenda for us to vote on, or are you already prepared to make it free, or do we have to vote on this being not being a cost to the parents?
Since this one was already in ESSER 3, I'm prepared to make it free so we
Thank
can
you.
get it pushed through. I
Okay.
could get, not saying so much saying push through, but the goal is to get it started by spring.
Mhm.
And in order for me to do that, I gotta get the RFP out so they can have chance to get us back, get it approved, start recruiting staff, the whole process.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And just, if there's any, I don't know if we're using all of the communication tools to make sure that the word is out to these companies that offer it. Maybe we can catch a wider net, cast a wider net. But thank you so much for getting on top of that. And for making it free to our parents who already are at a hardship. So appreciate that.
so Dr. Butts, I would just ask if you get a clarification on that, because most of your curriculum and things of that nature has had to come before the board for approval. And so I'm not certain that you can choose to actually initiate driver's ed free of cost without a board vote, because that would technically be an amendment to your current curriculum.
Right, so no. What I'm saying, as far as the RFP, you have to approve, once the RFP is put out, you have to approve it. And if there's an amendments or whatever, you will have to approve it as board.
So we would be taking the vote to accept the proposal, which would include the cost.
Right.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure that
Yeah,
you
no,
weren't just
yeah.
saying
Mm-mm.
you getting ready to pull $2 million out of the funds without.
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification.
I say just a little. I wanted to be on record that my thinking of having parents or even the students, because they do work, a lot of them work, pay something towards the driver's ed. I'm not talking about a large sum of money driver's ed is expensive. It's almost like $400 and something for one class, and then they have a second session to take. So if a child had to pay like maybe even $100, that would help make the funds available for other children who may later want to take driver's ed. It would keep it going. It would be an ongoing thing. It would help sustain the program. Not that I don't want, that I'm trying to get parents to pay this huge fee, but just something to keep the program going.
Madam President.
I cannot object to the will of the board to make comments in this discussion. But I would just hope and remind the board that this item is not an item for vote. We were just getting the RFP update, and that update is that no one has responded. So right now, we really don't have a discussion topic that's requiring additional input. We're not taking a vote today. However, the table is open for anyone that would like to speak.
I don't have anything to say.
Okay. At this time, I appreciate you. At this time, the next item on the agenda is adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn? Nobody want to go home? Is there a second or support? The motion has been made by trustee Rocket Martin and supported by Secretary Triplett. Questions, comments, or concerns? Secretary Triplett.
I just want to say tonight has been exactly what I thought it would be. It for the last about 3 weeks, I haven't really been able to sleep. Like waking up in the middle of the night with pressing is just something that's pressing. It amazes me how people feel so comfortable. Like really, really feel so comfortable of being disrespectful, rude, ill-mannered, yet so professional. And I'm not offended, but one thing that I want to say, efficacy is a critical piece. And my wife and I had an opportunity to present at a whole child conference in Indiana. And one of the topics that we presented on together was efficacy. What do you really, really think about the people that you serve? I mean, like, honestly, you don't have to answer. What do you think about them? I was in a conference, in a meeting as an administrator, master degree and everything. And the conversation, they were talking about disadvantage. They were talking about underprivileged, and they were using the term urban and all those things. And as they started to conversate, it came to me that they were talking about me. That's what they thought about me as a child. And many people, the Lord has blessed you. But the same thing that they're saying about these kids, they said the same thing about your parents from here. They said your parents didn't care. They said that you all were from this place and that place and that place. So I think it's important that people look, what is it that you really believe? Do you think that the people in this community is disadvantaged, so they don't deserve? Do you think they're underprivileged? Do you think that they're ghetto? And you got to come out of your mouth and you feel comfortable in saying it? What do you really, really think about these kids? Do you think that all of the smart kids, all of the kids that their parents care, that the kids that go to other schools, their parents really, really care about them, and the kids that are here in Benton Harbor, their parents don't care? What do you think? What do you really think you're doing? Some of the same things because I said, and I told one of our colleagues today, until my dying breath, and I want it to be understood, until I die, I will fight for these kids like I fought for many of you all who are sitting at this table. I'm going to fight for them. I ain't gonna never let you think that it is okay for you to walk up in here with your privilege. And it's not just in color. It's in a mindset, and then you're gonna treat them any kind of way. That you're gonna come up in here and your kids have everything off the back of them. I didn't want to use my insurance at one point because I felt bad when I worked in this district to take my card and my kids were going to intercare. My student had to go to the emergency room. And so I want to make it perfectly, you can't offend me. You will never, there's nothing in you that would give you the power to disrespect me. But it amazes me, I'm gonna close with this. Before you were blessed to be where you are today, and you weren't there, the things that you had to say about your superior, and it only took you 10 minutes to turn into them. And I am disheartened, because guess what? I'm not one of those people that say, I got mine, you got to get yours. I got mine, and I'm gonna do everything within my power to make sure that these kids, these thugs, these underprivileged children get everything that they deserve. So don't look confused. I am not fooled. I see it. I understand it. I know it because I live it. I breathe it. And all I'm asking is for you to give them what they deserve. All of our conversation and arguments.
Secretary Triplett, please
I
wrap up your
understand, Madam
comment.
President, and I don't mean any harm.
I know.
People have talked up in here 10 minutes. And everybody act like it's a big joke when it comes to me, because it's a big thing. It's like a big thing. You know, I don't know what this is about. It's okay to check Renato or check Mr. Triplett or put him in his place. Because I've shut my mouth a long time. So I'm gonna close it out to our teachers. I support you. I hear you. I know I know. Because when I sit up in here all this time, I don't get a dime for here. I don't get a dime. But I sit up in here, it breaks my heart. 1%, and people cool with it. What do you think about our kids? And you wrong. You wrong. You wrong the way that you do this stuff up in here for them, because you wouldn't let it happen to yours. You would never let that happen to yours. But I'm cool. And I saw you. I saw you, I heard you, I felt you. And I voted for all of them. I gave every last one of y'all sitting at that table my yes. Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions, comments, or concerns? Trustee Gavin.
Thank you, President Robinson. I want to thank everybody who tuned in on Zoom, who will listen on YouTube. I want to thank Clyde Collins for sitting with us and joining us pretty much every board meeting. And if not every board meeting, almost every board meeting since the day that you spoke about the boilers. I was reading an article about $7 billion worth of war equipment that was left when we pulled out of Afghanistan. And I think about like how much money we invest in war. And then when it comes to our children, it's like, oh, we don't have enough money. Oh, we can't do this. Oh, we can't do that. And I really just want to inspire us to just think outside of the box. We absolutely can invest in them. We absolutely can get, 15-to-1 student teacher ratio. I've been having conversations with, US Congressperson who was working to get money here. I've had multiple conversations with state congressmen and women who desire to invest, who have, made Fresh Start a priority for them, which speaks to investing in a smaller student teacher ratio and investing in our infrastructure. And so what I just want to say is like, it's possible. We can give our kids everything they deserve, and their parents and their ancestors have already paid the cost. Like, it's a mindset. It's understanding that they are worth it. And when they come back, the money will come, but we have to show them that they're worth it and that we'll invest in them. And last but not least, if there is an altercation, we just need to take it very, very seriously and get to the root of the matter so that it doesn't happen again. They just want to be treated like human beings. If they're into it with each other, they need us to be asking what happened, right? What happened and how can we work together to correct it and create a safe environment for them? Thank you all for your time.
Anyone else for a closing comment at adjournment?
Yes. I just want to say that, you know, sometimes we sit and we try to figure out, you know, what's going on. And some of us, you know, we've been in this thing a long time. And one thing that I was taught is when you can learn, you know how to learn, you can learn anything. And one thing that I know is if you watch sports or if you've ever gone to this school and participated in any activity, one thing that the Tigers are known for, and if you're a Tiger, you're known for playing offense. So I was having this conversation with someone, and as Tigers, we play offense, right? Offense is what wins the game. Offense, because we're taught that we're our own competition. We don't focus on what the other people are doing. We focus on winning. And when you focus on winning, you're focusing on working together for the common goal. So a lot of times when people say, you know, they don't understand, what do you guys mean? When we keep saying the plays are being run, it's the same playbook. And we get it because we're Tigers and we're taught to play offense. So we keep working and moving forward as if nothing is happening, or that the coaches and the people that's calling the plays aren't calling the same plays. But one thing that we know is that when you're a Tiger, you're the predator and never the prey. So, in closing, just remember that. If you're playing offense, you will always win. But if you're playing defense, you're always looking back to see what you can do to sabotage the next person's game.
Trustee Raquel Martin, did you want to say something or are you okay?
Keep a positive outlook. We are somebody. Benton Harbor is rising to the top. Look at the glass half full instead of half empty. Keep working. Dr. Buzz, I applaud your staff and I applaud the work that you do. I heard the numbers. And for that 1%, it wasn't us that pulled that for us. It was the state of Michigan that did that. We didn't do that. We had a higher percentage. They did that. And I understand why. But of course, we are going to work and strive to get 100%. We're going to work and strive because we want our kids to continue to go forward and to be the best that they can do. So we are going to support them in every way possible. We are going to support them in every way. And you know what, and I think that should be said. You know, like I said, I applaud your staff. I applaud the work you do and the fact that you are working to make sure that our children get those kinds of gains and go forward. And so with that being said, and I also support our superintendent, whether you believe it or not, the new contract coming out from the state of Michigan for superintendent evaluation, it says the board will make the goals with the superintendent in conjunction. We heard it in a policy meeting from Chris, and that the goals for the superintendent should be based upon the school improvement, it should be based on the strategic plan. That was told to us, but of course we can do as we please. But what I will say is this, I support you. I support the work that you do because I see it. I see it with my natural eyes. I don't have to guess. I don't have to go to anybody to ask. I actually see improvement in the buildings. I see the work that's being done on the field, the football field. I see the work that's done in the buildings. When I go in the buildings, the lights are brighter. The children are happier. I see that. I see it. I see teachers talking and saying, hey, we support Dr. Butts. I'm gonna tell you, they say, we support Dr. Butts. Why is the board always on his case? We support him. We like what he's doing. Why don't they leave him alone and let him go ahead and get the work done and not keep pulling him back? So with that being said, and they said, why do our children leave? Why are our parents unhappy? Because they say they get tired of the board and how we present ourselves in the district. They said we act like children when we need to act like adults. And so that's what I'm hearing. I'm not telling you a fairy tale. I'm telling you exactly what I'm hearing and what I've heard them say and what they've said to me. So all I can do is tell you what I've seen and what I've heard, and it is the truth. So with that being said, I'm done, Madam President.
Thank you, trustee Rockett Martin. I will just make mine super quick before we lose our quorum. I don't want there to be any confusion as to whether I support Dr. Butts or either of the directors at the table. I feel like I have built a good enough rapport with everyone that you know that I do support you. I support Benton Harbor area schools to the T and will be here to provide support and guidance as needed to our team. And so I do commend the efforts and the improvements that are being made. However, if there is a point of concern that I have, I will not hesitate in making that be known in the full meeting. And so I am looking forward to future meetings where I do not have to do that. But we are still excited for all of the work and progress that's been made. So at this time, we're going to adjourn effective. I'm going to ask for the vote to be called. Ms. Singer, can you call the vote for adjournment? Yes.
President Bowen, Secretary Triplett, Treasurer Creighton, Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
Trustee Rockett Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Doyle.
All right, our meeting is adjourned as of 11:06 p.m.